Tuesday, September 30th RTD Board meeting to order. We're convened as of 5:34 p.m. I'd respectively ask everyone present to remain silent and those joining online to remain muted unless you are recognized to speak. Thank you all for joining us this evening. As the board has moved to in-person meetings for our monthly gatherings, please note that committee meetings of the RTD Board of Directors will still be held remotely via Zoom and will still be audio and video recorded. The meeting recordings, along with the unofficial minutes of the meetings, will be posted as soon as practical on the board's website. Visit rtd-denver.com, and a live stream of this meeting is also available via RTD's YouTube page. During tonight's meeting, we're also providing communication access real-time translation, also known as CART. Anyone who would like to access this service should send an email to the RTD board office at rtd.boardoffice@rtd-denver.com, and a link will be provided. Additionally, the CART transcript can be automatically translated into Spanish for anyone who would like access to a live transcript of this meeting in Spanish. I'll now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll now read our land acknowledgement. The RTD Board of Directors acknowledges that the land on which our buses and trains operate is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, Arapaho, and other contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to these lands. We honor our indigenous elders who have traveled, inhabited, and stewarded these mountains, hills, and plains throughout generations. May this acknowledgement demonstrate a commitment to working to dismantle the ongoing legacies of inequity of the Native and all historically oppressed peoples, and recognize their current and future contributions in the district as we move forward. In a moment, I'm going to call the roll. However, before I do so, I want to acknowledge that this is Director Peggy Catlin, whose service on this board will be concluding in mid-October. This will be her last full board meeting as a director, and I have set up some time during other matters for directors to share out on Director Catlin's service. Thank you, Director, for all that you have done for this agency. I'll now call the roll. Director Banker. Director Busick. Here. Director Catlin.
Here.
Director Chandler.
Present.
Director Geisinger. Here. Director Guchenritter.
Here.
Director Guzman.
Present.
Director Harwick.
Here.
Director Larson.
Here.
Director Nicholson.
I am here.
Director O'Keefe.
Present.
Director Pagliari.
Here.
Director Ruscia is absent for tonight. Director Whitmore.
Present.
Excellent. I have 14 directors present and 1 absent. We do have a quorum. I do want to note that due to the significant public interest we do anticipate on a number of items, the executive committee adjusted our agenda for this evening to ensure the board debate and vote on a 2-access on-demand related action item, which will occur earlier in the evening than normal. These items are the Access on Demand program modifications and the Access on Demand contract extensions. These items will be taken up shortly after our public comment period ends. To those 2 action items, the executive committee also moved forward in the agenda a discussion on the finishing fast tracks report. I'll now go forward with a statement of employee appreciation. The Regional Transportation District Board of Directors recognizes that the RTD's dedicated workforce is the lifeblood of the agency. Every day, RTD employees do extraordinary things to make lives better through connections. We honor their work of delivering transit excellence, service, and value to the community, especially demonstrated during difficult and stressful moments. May the actions taken by the Board of Directors demonstrate our profound gratitude, commitment, and support toward all RTD employees. Thank you all. Moving on to our retiree awards. One of the greatest honors of serving on this board is the privilege of recognizing and celebrating our RTD retirees. Today, we will pause to express our heartfelt gratitude to the dedicated employees who have given their time, talents, and commitment to this agency. Their service has not only supported our mission, but has also left a lasting legacy within our community. It is with deep appreciation that I'll now read the names of those who have retired since June. Jose Martinez Jr., street supervisor, 30 years. Mac McIntosh, senior labor relations generalist, 15 years. Matthew Ritchie, procurement specialist, 26 years. David Sembi, telecom supervisor, 29 years. Although our retirees are not able to join us for this evening, we extend our deepest gratitude for their years of hard work, unwavering commitment, and dedicated service to RTD. Their contributions will be remembered and valued for years to come. I would now like to offer a round of applause for them. Next, we are moving on to public participation, which is open to anyone who would like to address the board. As we have both in-person and remote attendees, in-person comments will go first, followed by those who are participating remotely. For those attending in person, please come up to the podium when your name is called. If you have not already if you have not already signed up to speak and would like to do so, please approach the podium when I call for any additional speakers. For those attendees attending virtually, if you wish to speak and have not already done so, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. Staff will unmute you when it is your turn to speak if you're dialed in. Press *6 to toggle your mute settings. And please bear in mind that by participating in this process, you are being recorded. If you do not wish to be recorded, then your comments will have to be submitted via writing. If any speaker has documentation or reference materials for the board, or if any member of the public would like to submit written comments, please email those materials to the board office at rtd.directors@rtd-denver.com. During this time, the board will not offer any direct comments or responses. However, if you'd like to be contacted regarding your public comment, please email the RTD board office at rtd.directors@rtd-denver.com. Speakers should begin their remarks by stating their names and will have up to 3 minutes to provide their comments. Our first speaker of the evening is Sarah Visser.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Visser. This is my daughter, Nina. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. I know there is an important and much discussed issue on your agenda regarding RTD's access on demand service. And while I'm here on a different topic, I believe it is also one of real importance to the community. I appreciate your time as I bring forward a request concerning RTD's eastbound number 6 bus, specifically the timing of its stop at 6th Avenue and Claremont Street. I am the parent of a student at Hill Campus, Nina, who's with me here today, who also rides the bus, the number 6. Hill is a Denver Public Schools middle school, just 2 blocks south of that stop. Hill serves about 600 students, and every single school day, nearly 30 of them depend on the eastbound number 6 to get home after the final bell. Here's the problem. Hill lets out at 4 p.m., but the bus passes the 6th and Claremont stop at about the same time. Students are forced to sprint to try to make it. If they miss it, the next bus doesn't arrive until 4:28. That's a wait of more than 30 minutes on a busy 6th Avenue and sometimes dangerous area right as rush hour is building. Neither option, sprinting across a busy street during school pickup or waiting unsupervised for half an hour, is safe for our kids. Over the past several weeks, Hill staff and I have monitored the stop and tracked the numbers. In fact, the principal monitored for 10 straight days to see what it looked like in actual time. I'm happy to provide that data if needed. On any given day, between 16 and 30 students rely on that bus. Parents and school neighbors have called the school with concerns about long waits for the kids, especially as the days get shorter and darker and when bad weather hits. In fact, one family has arranged for all 3 of their children who go to Hill to leave class early every single day, cutting short their learning by 15 minutes each day so they can catch the earlier bus and safely arrive at their final stop and then home. For other students, missing the bus may mean wandering the neighborhood until the later pickup. That's not safe for them, and it places a burden on Hill staff who are already volunteering extra hours beyond their contracts just to provide some supervision at the stop. On days when no one is available, those kids are left entirely on their own. The solution is simple. If the eastbound number 6 could be adjusted to arrive at 6th and Claremont just 7 to 10 minutes later, or wait at the stop for a little while, The timing would align with the school's dismissal. That one small change would allow dozens of students to safely catch the bus, avoid the dangerous sprint or long wait, and begin their journeys home right away without stressing. This is a modest request, but one with an outsized impact on the safety, learning, and peace of mind of Hill students, families, and neighbors. On behalf of everyone at Hill, thank you for your consideration, and a special thank you to Director Nicholson for your responsiveness and guidance in helping us bring this issue before the board. Again, a 7 to 10-minute adjustment to the eastbound number 6 would make a world of difference in the safety of well-being of Hill Middle School students.
Thank you,
Would
Sarah.
you like to say anything? Okay,
Thank
thank you
you.
so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be remote based on our board bylaws. We do give privilege to currently elected officials, and from my understanding, Senator Winter has joined us.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. It is so good to see you, and thank you for taking the time and opportunity to make public comment so easy and accessible. I was at a dentist appointment helping my daughter get a root canal, and now I'm here 10 minutes later. And so thank you very much for making it accessible to not just me, but other members of the public. I do want to echo what the last member just said. One of the reasons that we had a youth voice on the Youth Advisory Accountability Committee and the RTD Accountability Committee was to try and align some of those schedules with the school districts. I know it sounds like it's not working very well in Denver. It's not working very well in Adams 12. It's one of the pieces of feedback we receive routinely from our constituents. But today I'm really here to talk about my disappointment in RTD's proposed changes to access on demand services due to significant impacts on the disabled community. We need transparency, reliability, and equitable service for all in the RTD service area, including those with mobility challenges. This 650% increased cost burden for access on-demand patrons and reduced ride subsidies will harm our community. The reduced service hours proposed will further punish patrons of accessible transit services that have off-peak working hours or medical appointments. Many essential tasks are already burdensome for many who use access on-demand services, and these proposed changes will add another layer of unfair challenges to these essential life activities. As a result, riders may have to quit jobs, miss vital services and medical appointments, or choose between basic needs in order to access freedom and movement across the region. Additionally, pandemic-era cuts have not been restored to pre-pandemic levels, so access on-demand services have become an essential lifeline for the disabled community. I'm asking you to vote no today on the proposed fare increase. Currently, the RTD Accountability Committee is meeting with members of the disability community serving on that committee, members of the public, members of the youth, economic development experts, budget experts. And to take such a rash decision and rush it through tonight is way beyond premature. Let the accountability do their work. Please give adequate access to the public, to the disability community. I've heard from many, many constituents, a very large coalition, which we are submitting tonight 2 letters. One is from many senators and representatives that represent the RTD region and really want to make sure that we're maintaining access. And each and every one of us have heard from our communities and our disabled communities that this will hurt. And in addition, you will hear from members of the public and the coalition that there was not adequate input received in order to take this action tonight. Please let us do our work, get access from the community, get access from the public, and get access and recommendations from the accountability community. There is absolutely no reason to rush into this rash decision tonight. Thank you so much for your service. I know this is an incredibly hard job. You serve long, long hours without a lot of thanks, and it takes a lot of work to care so deeply about transit. So thank you for your service. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your accessibility tonight, and thank you for allowing me to make comments. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Senator. Our next speaker is Matt Brady.
I'm Matt Brady, a 43-year Denver resident of the Lama Lincoln Park neighborhood on its west side. At this time, it's just a short walk from Colfax Avenue, 13th Avenue, 8th Avenue, and Burnham Yard. For 31 years, lived just one block from the 10th and Osage Light Rail Station. I was involved in the planning of the light rail before construction started on the first line going through my neighborhood, and a lead resident on the developments in my neighborhood, a recipient of several civic awards for my work in Denver. My issue is the 8th Avenue that should concern all board members and RTD management. The vibrant Denver bond package on the ballot to be voted on over a month from now has just 2 lines listing work to be done on bridges and viaducts with no specific details. This work includes removing 8th Avenue viaduct so 8th Avenue goes straight across the light rail tracks to facilitate more street access to the Broncos Stadium. Light rail on the east side of Burnham Yard has the most scheduled lines in the entire RTD rail system. Last Wednesday's neighborhood meeting, Evan Dreyer, chief assistant to Mayor Johnson, discussed the bond package. I questioned Evan on the 6th and 8th Avenue viaducts and asked him why it was just as safe for 8th Avenue traffic to go straight across the light rail tracks as now going over light rail. Also asked him if he knew how many north and southbound rail trips per day went under 8th Avenue viaduct. And this put Evans on the defensive, said he did not know. I gave him the answer, 421 a day, 24 or 25 per hour during the main hours of the day, and told about 2 fatalities at the 13th Avenue where it goes across light rail at street level. A man on a bicycle and a Denver police officer on his motorcycle going to an emergency. There would be a police officer alive today if 13th Avenue also had an overpass. 8th Avenue has 8 to 10 times more traffic than 13th Avenue. 8th Avenue needs to go over all rail lines. The viaduct was completed in '89 as the replacement on the previous viaduct, as well as Colfax 6th Avenue viaduct's replacement earlier in the 1980s. Every time there's an incident on light rail, there's a stoppage for up to several hours. Asking voters to approve funding to make traffic less safe should be a non-starter. I am a no vote. And I want to thank you for your time. My contact information will be on the copy I'm leaving. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matt. Our next speaker is former RTD Director Jamie Lewis.
Good evening, directors. My name is Jamie Lewis, and I am the Transit Advisor for the Colorado Cross Disability Coalition. For the last 18 months, the subject of AOD has been discussed. You have received no less than 200 verbal testimonies and input from major disability groups like Atlantis Community, National Federation of the Blind, and the Colorado Cross Disability Coalition. It is a fact that all transit, no matter how big or small, is subsidized. It is also a fact that you have a fiduciary responsibility to receive revenue as practical as possible. However, there is a recommended $6.50 fare on the table tonight, which is excessive, unmanageable for many who use AOD, and is a downright insult to our community considering the 18 months of testimony that you received. CCDC is advocating for $4.50 fare with a $2.25 live fare. This would make the system compatible with Access-a-Ride users. CCDC also strongly advocates for a comprehensive, not enough hands here, comprehensive operational plan that will help AOD and AAR complement each other. Decisions you make tonight could lower the on-time performance for Access-a-Ride. Using our WAVE vehicles to supplement AOD will put you in conflict with the Federal Transit Administration rules. In other words, you cannot rob Peter to pay Paul. This is why a comprehensive operational plan is needed. Another issue that needs to be addressed is why our PUC, The Public Utilities Commission is not requiring TNCs to provide waves in their fleet. A strong analysis should be used to influence the legislature and other powers to be to put the pressure on the PUC to require them to serve all of our community. Perhaps a wave vehicle for every 100 drivers. There are currently 8,000 Uber Lyft drivers in our current region. This will require you, the advocates and users you see here tonight, to work together to make our paratransit the best it can be in the nation. Let's work together. Let's do something special. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Our next speaker is James Flatham.
All right. Thank you, Chair Bouquet. Thank you, RTD Board, for the opportunity to speak. My name is James Flatham. I'm with Greater Denver Transit. We submitted a letter to this body this afternoon, and on the first and primary topic of focus, I'd like to stand in solidarity with my friends and allies in ADAPT, CCDC, and other disability community members who are calling on RTD for a no vote and a fundamental change on what is being called for with a significant fare increase for riders with disabilities who use the Access on Demand service. To express some personal sympathy for this board, right? I think the political position that you have been put in tonight is horrific. The idea that there was a paratransit review that we expected that was going to hopefully look at the services comprehensively has not been done. And fundamentally, what you're being asked to do is vote on something that it seemed like staff wanted to do many, many months or many years ago, which is to put an upper limit on what the financial burdens for the agency would be for Access on Demand, rather than doing what we know needs to be done, which is to look at the need, right? And I think when you look at this audience tonight, it's undeniable how important and how sincere this need is. So what I ask you to do is there are ideas that have been put forward by individual board members I've spoken with that I think are really important ideas, right? Getting down to the bottom over the next year, looking at the needs, looking at a programmatic improvement that can be made for the paratransit suite comprehensively, right? I think that's a terrific idea. But first, let's make sure that we're not going to make the journeys for those riders who use Access on Demand something in the order of magnitude of 2, 3, sometimes even 4 times as much as what the previous board has agreed would be a reasonable amount of money for a able-bodied rider who today enjoys the ability to use RTD services every month for $88 a month. The idea that after a successful community-led victory for RTD to successfully de-Bruce last year, right? The idea is that if we de-Bruce, RTD would be able to keep the funding going for services, that we would not need to make cuts, that the first group that is going to be experiencing cuts in 2025 is members of the disabled community. This is a monstrous political problem that we're in right now, and I recognize that the financial constraints for RTD are real. And I definitely want to acknowledge I had a very, very large core request out, and I want to appreciate some staff from RTD who put together a very, very good response for my inquiries. So thank you to the staff, all the folks who worked on that. But I please just urge the board is that it sounds like there is already some work that's going to be done that's going to look at paratransit or urge management to look at paratransit programmatically. What I urge this body to do is tonight, please vote no on this. Please do not raise fares for our disabled neighbors in this community. Let's do the right thing. Let's vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Our next speaker is Ardis Bazin. Apologies for mispronunciation.
Hello, my name is Ardis Bazin, and I'm totally blind and have used Access on Demand for a couple of years. I really appreciate it because the Accessor ride gets you to appointments late. You cannot accurately determine how much time it's going to take. And so the Access on Demand is a very good service. We can call it the same day when we want to go places. And I use it for everything from making doctor's appointments, business appointments, church, and seeing friends and shopping. and it's a very vital service. Jumping it to $6.50 from zero is a large jump. I would personally be okay with the $4.50 because that's what the ride people have to pay. And so that would be more fair. Also, I don't like the limitation of 20. I'd rather see the 25 that is currently there because while the majority of our trips are $20 or less, there are at least 2 or 3 a week that are over $20. Anyway, I'd just like you to consider this. I know budgets can be an issue and it's hard to make it fair for everyone, but I'd really ask you to consider dropping it down below the $6.50 because that is really be a burden for most of the disabled community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Artis. Our next speaker is Kevin Burkery. Apologies.
Yes, good evening. I am married to the previous speaker, so I can't add too much more, but came here from Los Angeles 2 years ago and dealt with their access and RTD problems. And so I appreciate the hard work you guys have to do. It's just a 650% increase and cutting some of the, cutting the from 25 to 20. I always felt that's the easy way out. Cut this, cut the subsidy, raise the price. And that's, to me, always been the easy way out. I understand there may have to be a price raise. $4.50 is more than reasonable, as that's what the access people, from what I understand, pay on the regular access. So I would urge the board to consider that, the $4.50 increase, if there has to be an increase, to consider that, and to keep the $25 limit. Again, thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Our next speaker is Chelsea Cook.
Okay. Is the mic good? Oh, the mic is good. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to give public comment to the RTD board. I'm here. I'm totally blind. I'm going to talk about access on demand again. I tutor math and physics at the University of Denver. Here's how the math will work out with the proposed changes to the AOD program for me. I make $20.88 an hour tutoring. That's with professional development experience. With a base fare of $6.50 and a minimum driver gratuity of $3.50, that's $10 one way, $20 both ways. Meaning when I go to campus for one student, I will make a total of 88 cents profit. Can anyone live on 88 cents an hour? If sighted people had to contend with $20 trip prices for gas, there would be civil uproar in the streets. If I had to take Access-a-Ride for tutoring, I would show up hours late for my students and then not be able to keep doing the job I love. Let's continue with math. I know what it's like to try and exist on $700 a month in this capitalist society for decades. Do you? Okay, there's a pin out. Even with CEO GM Johnson's $400,000 salary, you don't know what that's like. Even if I get my dream job as an aerospace engineer, being blind, I will never make that kind of money. Add in all the disability-related expenses, like the extra ones you are considering with this proposal, and the never becomes that much more likely. It's definitely never. Now to physics. Newton's third law states that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. This is the situation RTD put itself in with voters with the ballot measure 7A last election. Think of the swift and opposite reaction that will occur when voters discover you have broken your promise to the 79% of them who voted to let you keep taxpayer money to continue making our lives better by preserving the AOD program. In closing, we're not all going away, but we're stressed and tired. Tired of fighting for things throughout our entire lives that everyone else takes for granted. As former director Claudia Folska said, RTD cracked the code. You all know what you're doing with transit. Keep that code cracked and your goodwill intact by making fair changes to this program that don't involve people losing their jobs or making 88 cents an hour. Better yet, don't rock the boat at all and keep everything the same. Thank you.
You, Chelsea. The next speaker is Dave Bear.
I follow that? Wow. I mean, okay. Check, check, mic check, check, check. There's a pattern of relations here. I'm with Chelsea. That was amazing. But today I will ask it simply, what's it going to take? In these days of turmoil, strife, and constant negativity, what's it going to take? In these days of fear, uncertainty, what's it going to take? In these days of wishing that we, as all people, had freedoms that are being taken away, what's it going to take? In these days of wanting to be real people with jobs, tax-paying dollars, and hope, what's it going to take? If I sound like a broken record, Google it, kids. What's it going to take? It's a simple question, and it really should have a simple answer. What's it going to take? In an ideal world, nothing. Leave it alone. If you absolutely have to make the program different, do the 450 fare if you must. If you feel that it must be this way to keep the program going, do not do the 650. What I personally ask, though, is to keep any and all restrictions that have been proposed out, because we, just like you, are people with dignity. Again, I will ask, what's it going to take? Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Our next speaker is Susan Myers.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to provide you guys feedback on the Access on Demand program. I'm a parent. My son, 36, has disabilities, and he's a paratransit user to get to work, to get to appointments, to get to his social activities. As the proposal stands now, my husband and I urge you to maintain the Access on Demand services to the entire RTD service area. We ask that you lower the proposed fare from $6.50 to either $4.50 or $2.50. The increase from no fare to $6.50 is a huge financial burden to this population, as you have been hearing, most of whom live on Social Security and limited income from part-time jobs. Number 3, maintain the hours for Access on Demand to be 24/7 to allow for late shift workers to use the services. Do not limit the hours for Access on Demand based on the needs of the WAVE services. And finally, let's work together. Let's conduct a third-party review of all transit services to gain feedback on Access on Demand, Access-a-Ride, WAVE, customer satisfaction and experiences, and what the users would recommend. We urge you to consider that the $6.50 fare represents a 650% increase. Are the other RTD fares increasing by such a large amount? With this population with limited income, this financial burden would be huge. And please do not limit the Access on Demand riders to restrictions based on the Access-a-Ride program hours. Uber and Lyft are available 24/7. Why can't the people who use Access on Demand use them at all hours and not be restricted by the Access-a-Ride hours? Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Susan. Our next speaker, Gabby Gonzalez.
Hi, my name's Gabby Gonzalez and I have IDD. Because of my disability, I have to use paratransit. It's not a choice. It's the only way I can have independence without relying on my parents. AOD has been a huge lifesaver for me when Accessoride has been late picking me up for work. Accessoride is not reliable. I'm lucky to have an amazing boss who understands my need to use paratransit. Next year, I will move into a new apartment that will help me become more independent. It's located in the service area Desert in Broomfield that is only 500 feet from AAR pickup, so I won't have a choice to use AAR. My only option will be AOD. My income is limited. I'm only able to work 4 days a week. I'm only able to work part-time 4 days a week. I receive a small amount of SSI each month. My monthly income is about $1,100, so I have to pay for rent, food, medications, utilities, and medical insurance. Raising AOD to 650 may not sound much to you, but it will make it so I can't afford to go to work. I don't have an extra $52 or $208 a month or $2,496 a year to pay for my transportation. Please keep the current rate as is and make it affordable for me and my fellow IDD community so we can live our best lives. Thanks.
Thank you, Gabby. Our next speaker is Corey Gonzalez.
Hi, my name's Corey Gonzalez. I want to thank the RTD board directors for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. And first, I want to acknowledge the difficult task that you have before you tonight. You just met my daughter, Gabby. She's amazing. Every day we face difficult tasks, but continue to advocate in the hopes for a better life for her when we no longer are alive. Because of her intellectual and developmental disability, she will always need additional supports. Next year, she has the opportunity to move to a new planned community that'll provide supports she needs to live independently. This community, the Grove at Cottonwood, is in Broomfield's RTD service desert and happens to be a mere 500 feet outside Accessoride's current service area. This illustrates Broomfield's lack of RTD service. We have a 10 square mile service desert. 80% of our population is not within a half mile of an RTD stop, and we only receive about 37 cents in services for every dollar that we pay into RTD. We need a process for property owners and service providers to request a point of deviation beyond the 3/4 mile Accessoride boundary. But that's a discussion for another time I hope you will all have. My greater fear is more negative changes to access on demand in the future, making it less. And my daughter will be stranded, becoming isolated because of RTD's service desert in Broomfield. The AOD program is, as it currently stands, has been a life changer for her and for us and for countless others. While the proposed changes to AOD covering all of RTD's service area is a step in the right direction, my daughter's future is still in jeopardy. The $6.50 trip fare is beyond her means. As she told you, she doesn't have an extra $2,496 a year to pay for transportation, and AOD is her only option. Per the recent article in the Denver Post, approximately $17 million out of RTD's $1.2 billion annual budget goes towards AOD. This equates to only 1.4% of RTD's annual budget. I don't know how, in good conscience, you can be party to the continued marginalization of some of our most vulnerable individuals. That's what your yes vote will do tonight. I ask the board to keep AOD program as is without any changes so that those who need additional help can live better lives and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kristen Heiser.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kristen Heiser, and I'm the Executive Director of the Broomfield Housing Alliance, the independent housing authority serving the city and county of Broomfield. I want to express strong support for continuing and strengthening the Access on Demand program and make sure it works for our neighbors it is designed to serve. This service is more than transportation. It gives people mobility, independence, the chance to participate fully in life. Riders depend on it to get to jobs, healthcare, programs, and social connections. For many, it's the difference between isolation and enjoying a life of purpose and connection. In Broomfield, we have about 10 square mile transportation service desert. According to the census, about 1,300 residents with disabilities live in this service desert and have no access to transit. Expanding Access on Demand to cover the full RTD boundaries would connect these neighbors to opportunity, daily needs, and our community. And if full coverage is impossible, then at a minimum, RTD must provide a clear process for residents to petition for a point deviation so no one is left behind. We are also concerned about the proposed fare increase. Even discounted fares can be a real barrier for those who rely on this service. Using publicly available data, expanding coverage and providing deeper fare relief would cost just about 0.27% of RTD's annual budget. That's a very small investment with a life-changing return for many of those in our community. So today we urge RTD to take 2 modest but critical steps: provide full service area coverage or create a fair petition process for point deviations, offer fair relief for those who need it most. These modest changes are not just about transit, they are about equity, inclusion, and ensuring that all our neighbors, regardless of ability or income, can stay connected, independent, and thriving. Thank you for considering these steps and to make transit truly serve everyone in our region and be true to your mission to make lives better through connections. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fitz Stone.
Nice. It was a snake would have bit me. Hi, my name is Fitz Stone. I've spoken to you guys before, and I'm a member of the NFB, and I'm also a staff member at the Colorado Center for the Blind. I'm the residential manager, so I take care of the apartment buildings where over 30 students live. They all live on very small incomes. None of them work because they're in school full time. And, I help them get to emergency. If there's an emergency and someone gets hurt, I get them to the emergency rooms. And it's really important for me to have my access on demand. And if I had to pay $13 every time I had to take somebody to the emergency room, that's huge, Also, there were cuts made to the RTD service near where my son lives. And without access on demand, it'd be very difficult for me to go see him. But so I really would like you to reconsider the proposed changes to access on demand, and please let's work together and figure out a better solution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marianne Migliorelli.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and RTD staff. My name is Marianne Migliorelli. I'm here as a president of the National Federation of the Blind Boulder Valley chapter, but also as an Access on Demand user. I want to start out by saying a few thank yous. Thank you to Director Hardwick for committing that in the coming year, there will be a full examination of paratransit services, not just Access on Demand, but also Access a Ride. We know that right now, as Access on Demand stands, it is a program that is working. I have not heard anyone who is using that service right now say this is not working or that it isn't good. This is the cream of the RTD crop right now. And it is also the least expensive service to RTD that RTD provides. So math being what it is, and my friend Chelsea loves her numbers, it costs less to provide access on demand than it does any other kind of boarding. But yet this community is being asked to pay more for its service than any other version of transit. I don't need to tell you what that feels like. If you are in this room and you believe in access on demand, please say aye. If you believe that access on demand is working currently, serving the needs of the disability population it's intended to serve, say aye. We were here 2 months ago. We had a protest. We showed you our signs. We showed you our hearts. We shared our stories. You know the deal. You've heard our passion. You've even heard a few curses. Not me, I didn't do that. But we know what the story is about all of us needing good transit. And Access on Demand is delivering it. My challenge to you and my directive to you is the same as you've been given before, not specifically by me, but by this community. Right now, our main voice is this voice in this room, and it's not a full-on conversation. This is one-way dialogue. One-way dialogue is monologue. We need to have fair studies done on all of the paratransit service with the community involved that is affected by the decisions. I want to say thank you for taking the time to listen. Thank you for taking the time to examine your hearts, to examine the numbers, and to do what should be done about maintaining this service. I'm not saying we should pay nothing. That was never my intent, and I don't believe it was the intent of anyone who's here to say we should never pay. Maybe there are some who believe that, but I do believe everyone else on RTD is paying something. We should pay something, but we shouldn't be paying an excessive amount more than anyone else pays.
Thank you, Mary Ann.
Thank you very much, and do the best work you can.
Our next speaker is Cindy Vaughn. Cindy Vaughn.
Hi, I'm Cindy Vaughn. I know I've come and spoken to you all before, and with me is my support service provider, who is, as you all know, my snitch, who will tell me if you're frowning at me or falling asleep or throwing tomatoes. In any case, I'm here to tell you, please think what you do. I have many people that I know who are deafblind. I am in that 10% of deafblind who work, most of whom are part-time workers. One of the friends of mine who's a deafblind individual who lives in Thornton, he's 77, he works part-time overnight as a security guard because, you know, he and his wife, they bought the trailer, they paid it off, they were paying their lot rent, and it went up from $450 to $1,150. And so he has to work still at 77. And I have another friend who's deafblind. She works part-time. And, you know, she has medical conditions, many things that prevent her from working full-time, but she relies completely on Access on Demand to get her to her job site 4 days a week, plus to get her from one job site to another. She cannot work if she doesn't have access to this and if it's not affordable. And she won't be able to find a job unless she moves, and she can't afford to move because part-time work is just not enough to afford to do that, not in this day. I personally work part-time. I used to work full-time. I actually used to work full-time and another part-time job, but I had a serious accident some years back, and so now I work part-time. And if you change the service area requirements and make it as restrictive as it is currently for Access-a-Ride, I too would not be able to do the work that I do. So I want you to think carefully about what you do, and remember that even as it stands now, Access on Demand does not cost as much as if I take Access-a-Ride. It gets me there on time. It gets me there reliably. It costs you less. Why would you take that away? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ernesto Luca.
Good afternoon. My name is Ernesto, and I think that it is important for us to understand why the service at the beginning started to be $2, and then it went from $2 to us not paying anything, and from not paying anything to $6.50. I think it is important for us to know, to have someone that can open the books and let us know how this is really impacting the service that you had to put now the cost to $6.50. And another thing to consider is that sometimes during rush hours, or now that we're getting into the winter, the prices on Ubers and Lyfts are going to be surging. So it might not be $6.50 that we're paying. It could be more than that, because you're also lowering the price, the $25 to $20. So I think that those are things to consider. But if we're willing to compromise, I think that it's fair for us to see the books and see how that is affecting, how that is impacting the service. I'm definitely for the option of paying $2.50, but if we can see how this program is being affected, I'm compromising to $4.50 if we get the chance of someone opening the books to see how that's economically affecting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Christina Erickson.
Hey everyone, sorry I had to walk. Good evening, everyone. My name is Christina Erickson. I am a disability policy advisor and a certified accessibility specialist. I work for the state of Colorado. I am also your very new chair of RTD's Advisory Committee for People with Disabilities. Sorry that this is the way that we're meeting. As a refresher, the ACPD is an advisory group that has been mandated to work with RTD staff and board members since 2017. We work to advance RTD's efforts to serve travelers with disabilities, which is a significant part of our ridership. So today I'm here to advise you. Access on Demand is a critical program that directly amplifies the independence and quality of life of Coloradans. Coloradans with disabilities, the people who rely on this program, the people in this room who you're going to continue hearing from, are currently facing programmatic barriers and cuts in nearly every aspect of civic and public life. In case you haven't read the news lately, federal programs that keep people out of institutions are on the chopping block. Food assistance is getting cut. New guidelines are making it harder to access healthcare, work, accessible spaces. I see this every day at work. And now we want to make it harder to travel. I am a proud RTD user. I volunteer with this committee. I live in Evergreen. I'm an RTD Mountain user. What are my neighbors going to do? Services are limited. As my friend Chelsea said, I would love some answers. Earlier this year, a national study ranked Colorado as, once again, the #1 state to live in if you are an American with a disability. #1. It's for a whole wide variety of reasons. Additional studies show that the Denver metro area is one of the most accessible urban regions in the nation. I used to work in the Disability Rights Office for the city of Denver, and I conclude that. Accessible transit is a factor in every single one of these studies. I love bragging about that. I love bragging about that we're #1. You guys are proposing to roll that back. As a policy analyst, I'm deeply aware of how difficult decisions like this are and how sometimes difficult decisions need to be made in order to make ends meet. However, my friends and family are scared. The people I serve are scared. I'm scared. The people in this room are scared. RTD is proposing yet another accessibility barrier to public life. That's scary. As you vote today, I advise you to keep this in mind and vote no in support of the people that I love and serve. I advise you to vote for the people in this room. Let's keep the bragging rights up. Thanks.
Thank you, Christina. Our next speaker is Tim Keenan.
Podium's right in front of you, microphone.
Okay. All right, good evening, everybody. I'm Tim Keenan, and I work at Amazon Den 5 warehouse out in Aurora. And I am able to do this because of Access on Demand, because of the $25 subsidy, because of the zero fare, and because there are no area or hourly restrictions. So see, I work at night or overnight. It's $2 more per hour if you do that, and I'm like kind of a night owl anyway, so why not? And I know I'm not the only one. I know 5 other blind people out there at Den 5 who have no idea that this hammer is coming down the pike. If you were to enact these arbitrary hourly restrictions, you know, that would force all of us to either pay, you know, $150 more a week to get to or from work, depending on which ride fell outside the hour restrictions, or reschedule, you know, try to change our schedules, which isn't easy at Amazon, and take a $2 pay cut and work during the day. I mean, and I know we're not the only ones who need this at night. And given the lack of savings of continuing to not restrict the hours, I urge you to keep things the way they are. And as far as the fare goes, it boggles my mind that this program, this super successful, super efficient program, is the one on the chopping block for a 40% cut. That's massive. And there's the rationale behind it still escapes me. So I just implore you, I really implore you, don't use a sledgehammer. Use something a lot less destructive. So say, you know, $2.50 for scenario 6. Okay, that's $5 per round trip. If you do $6.50, $13 every time I want to go somewhere and come back, that is just, I can't, you know, I think I just did, what is it? It would be $390 a month if I took all 60 trips. And I come close a lot because that's, you know, because I work. And I'm bringing in tax revenue, you know, and this Access on Demand has made this possible. Don't take it away. Go easy. When you know, I've heard from the board, oh, we need to do something, we're going to do something, and we'll come back in a year. If you take a sledgehammer to this thing, by the time you come back a year from now, the damage will be done. So go easy on us, please.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Molly Kirkham.
Okay. Hello. I'm Molly Kirkham. Let's see, a little lower there. I work for the Colorado as a legislative policy advocate. I'm also president of Speaking for South Colorado and People First, which are all self-advocacy groups. But aside from that, I'm here to talk as a person for self-advocate, as a person with disability, not for them, but just as my experience. And I can tell you, Accessory on Demand has changed my life. Before it, I was relying on my parents to get me there, or trains. And as we all know, parents get tired driving people, and trains can be late. And that's not what we want. We want to be in the community, and we want to be part of it. That is what transportation does. It's not just about money. It's not just about the need. It's about the impact on the life. For me, because of it, I can work. I can go to Achilles, which is a running club. I can come to the TACFL. I can go here and testify. If I did not have access right, I could not do that. That is what it's about. It's about independence and freedom it gives people. The freedom to get out, the freedom to be in your community. It's about dignity. And I think that's what we forget. When you're making decisions, when you're thinking about money, you forget who it really affects. It's not just a number, it's a person. That is, I think, why we're here. As you look around, look how many people came to show up. That is, if you vote yes on the changes, that's who you don't have to explain it to, the people in this room. So what I'm saying is, don't think we don't know what you're doing. We come here to show up. That is what Access Right does. It gives you the ability. A long time ago, when there wasn't translations, we hid. We were pushed away. With Access Right, it opens that door. That is why you need it. We don't want to go backwards. If you take away translations, you're taking away the dignity, the chance to get out. You're taking away a person's life. Please don't think that's just a number. Think about the person you're saying that you're affecting. If you had it this way, would you want to die around or would you want to stay home? That's the question. So please know that we do know it's a hard decision, but I just asked you, look at it as a human being. Look at the person in front of you. Don't just look at the number. And I urge you to vote no, to show that you still support people. And remember, Colorado was the first person to have accessible transportation. We don't want to lose that. So come, let's do the right thing and not back down. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Our next speaker is Coleman Erickson.
Thank you very much, Director Bouquet, and I am very honored to be in front of the board tonight. I really appreciate the effort that everyone's made to show up and hear the constituents and their concerns regarding this big issue in front of our hands. I think that the Access on Demand service is incredibly useful, but it is incredibly flawed, and I understand why we need to reform it. Generally, I stand with our ADAPT and CCDC members who see the flaws in this new proposal for fare changes and broad changes to the system as a whole. I think that the right step forward is going to be looking at the whole paratransit system and how we can adapt it to work, for the community in a way that it hasn't been yet. This has been a magic bullet that has, in a lot of ways, solved a lot of problems, but as we can see now, has created even more for you, the board. The decisions in front of you tonight are not easy ones, but I know I would not be voting for this, and thank goodness I'm not up there voting. This is something I don't have a lot of personal experience with. I am not disabled. I do not use paratransit, and I don't have anyone in my immediate family that does. My grandmother has on occasion used such services, but not through RTD, and I can't speak to that on a personal level. But it does personally affect me to watch everyone who shows up to your meetings speak on this matter in such a personal way, and I can't provide that experience myself. But I want to stand in solidarity with their movement and the great things Colorado and RTD has done to support our disabled communities and provide quality paratransit. And I look forward to, in the future, once we're past this vote, working on quality, better paratransit that can not only meet the needs of our community better than it is now, but exceed the expectations of the board and operations at RTD. So I yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Coleman. Our next speaker is Lynn Eberhardt.
Good evening. Again, it's Lynn Eberhardt. I am new to Colorado. I've only been here about a month and a half attending the Colorado Center for the Blind. In this time, this month alone, my bus has been late at least 5 times. I go to dialysis 3 days a week, and my bus has been late, non-existent, 5 times this month alone. Even the dispatcher has suggested for me to log in to get Accessa, the access on demand, because the Accessa has a problem. There's over 200 drivers and they still can't facilitate all the people who need to use the service to get to the places they need to be. Hearing about the access on demand, I really think that it should be kept. If you don't keep it at free, the $250 or even the $450, since that is the price it costs to ride, the regular Accessa ride. I know everybody has been saying the same thing. We almost sound like a broken record, but I hope that you take that into consideration about the passion that all of us feel about this huge increase. Jumping it up to $6.50 is more than just a regular bus ride, and that's not fair to anybody, especially with the service being there to help assist us and where we need to go, where we need to be. So I hope that you just take everybody's pleas and requests into consideration before you take this vote, and please vote no, that you would not increase the price to $6.50. Thank you so much for your time and your attention. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Lynn. Our next speaker is Derek Selbo.
Good evening. Oops, sorry. Good evening, everybody, and thank you to the board for listening to us. I am totally blind, as you can probably tell. Liberty and justice for all. I heard that earlier, as we all did. There is no justice to any of the disabled people, not only in this room, but the many thousands that were not able to get here tonight, when actions like what are being considered are taken. There's no justice. Let's talk about liberty. I have the liberty, due to access on demand, getting to my appointments, getting to the Colorado Center for the Blind, where I'm training. I have the liberty of being able to go food shopping at 2 o'clock in the morning. I have the liberty, et cetera, et cetera. There is no liberty and justice for anybody in this room when the decisions that are being considered are being, if they're put into place. We're being discriminated against as a population. Oh, poor people, feel sorry for them. Yeah, but you know what? What the heck? No, it's not what the heck. Let me explain one thing to each of you board members, and I don't mean this in a bad way. Do you know how many people have gone to bed perfectly healthy and woken up blind? Do you know how many people had a stroke and went blind? Do you know how many people had a retinal detachment and went blind? And these were healthy people leading normal lives, just like you're leading. And they woke up blind. Do you think it would not happen to you? Additionally, put your shoe on the other foot. If it did happen to you, how would you be thinking right now? Please ask yourself that question before making any rash decisions. I hope that the board members are not being swayed by other board members, because recently you did something that everybody felt very happy about. A couple of months ago, you made a decision, and all of a sudden, after the committee meeting, everything changed. So where is your thinking? Why are you swaying back and forth? This is not right. not only is it not right, but we are not going to let up on the pressure. If you think what you've seen so far is pressure, it's only just starting. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Our next speaker is Leah Jaron. Or Leah? No, you're good.
Hello, RTD Board of Directors. My name is Leah Jaron. I'm a resident of RTD District N, and I'm fortunate enough to serve as the chair of the Board of Directors of Atlantis Community, Inc., which is, if you aren't aware, the Center for Independent Living that serves the greater Denver area. Of our 7 counties that we serve, RTD serves 5 of them. The other people here tonight speaking out against the Access on Demand changes have covered the severe life-altering impact of these changes on the disabled community. I have to at least acknowledge that we are not exaggerating when we're saying that disabled lives will be lost with these changes. People won't be able to perform their, their daily tasks and their basic activities. But I wanted to switch gears and focus on something else. For my day job, I'm a quality engineer. It's my job to look at the details, so I spent some of my limited free time just casually reading the commission peer review report from the transit subject matter experts. I thought it was a good report, and if you haven't read it, I think it would be worth the time to read it. I just wanted to point out that the RTD paratransit proposal that's up for vote tonight does not follow the recommendations from this report. The report outlines 7 initiatives, and of the 7, this proposal only addresses 2 items. So I'll quickly go through those 7 initiatives. So number 1 is define paratransit's mission internally and externally. And this is mentioned throughout the report, and I'll come back to it a little later. Number 2, restructure the AOD premium service for long-term stability. So here's one of 2 areas that the proposal addresses. Number 3, establish clear boundaries that uphold RTD's paratransit mission. So that's the second area that is covered. Number 4 is an important one to me as a quality engineer in a regulated industry. It says reduce compliance exposure. So you might want to read into that a little bit later. But the last 3 I won't talk too much about because I'm running out of time. So from my closer reading, though, I really wanted to point out 2 things. The biggest recommendation from the subject matter experts was to define a vision and strategy for paratransit, gather data from current use, and engage key internal and external stakeholders in developing and communicating any program modifications. Basically, holistically reviewing the paratransit programs to ensure they complement each other. The time has not been spent to do this. Number 2 is the examples that were provided in the report. We're still careful to include an offsetting benefit to customers, basically a compromise. From reading the past board meetings, I can see that this proposal has gone through several iterations, and I'm appreciative of the listening that has already occurred, but it's still not enough for our community. So today I urge you to vote no on the Access on Demand changes, listen to the commission report, and take the time to do this correctly. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kaylee Medina.
My name is Kaylee Medina. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in front of the elected board of directors. I urge you today to vote no on the proposed changes, especially on the basis of an unfair increase in base fare, and urge you to consider your obligation to the community and voter accountability. Personally, I live in the district of Director Nicholson, and in November of 2024, before the ballot deadline, he was canvassing personally, and I had the opportunity to speak with him about my fears with changes to Access on Demand. Almost 1 year later, I still fear changes to a program that has been absolutely life-changing. An increase to $6.50 would make the program completely unusable to so many people within a vulnerable community. For people that are blind and visually impaired and other disabilities. The program has become something that has been an essential service, and even an increase of $4.50 per trip would be an unmanageable base fare, considering Access on Demand is a tipped service. There's an expectation of tipping. $4.50 can easily become $7 or more. I urge you to vote no on the proposed changes until there is a viable alternative for paratransit within Denver, and consider that each one of the directors has people in your community, just like me, who depend on this service. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kaylee. Our next speaker is Brian Gruey.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Brian Gruey. I'm the Executive Director of Atlantis Community. I've spoken to you all before. Real quick, just to get this out of the way, I'm saying the same thing that everybody else is saying. We want you to do a comprehensive impact study before making any decisions to changes to fares, coverage, subsidies, and all those good things. But I want to talk some real numbers with you all so that you can kind of understand like the scope of the decisions you're making tonight. So when we talk about like the financial impact that a raise is going to be, 25.6% of our population lives under poverty. It's actually higher in Denver than other cities, and it's at 26.4% here. The next 40% of our community lives above poverty, but we still make less than our able-bodied counterparts. How much less? 30%. When we're talking what this impact will be, it's not just the one fare we're talking about here. As others have pointed out tonight, all of the barriers that we run into for being disabled are expensive. I became disabled 23 years ago. When I was in my rehab, I was told that my life was going to cost $1.3 million more before the age of 43. That's how old I turned this year. Why is it going to cost more? Well, because being disabled costs more. And so we have this compounding barrier that keeps increasing, because it's not just transportation. It's our increases in healthcare, the costs of food, the cost of housing. When I moved to Denver in 2008, the average apartment was $1,000. Can you imagine getting an apartment today for $1,000? It'd be awesome, right? Life is expensive. It's more expensive for us. We're asking you to take the time, figure out the impact on our community, listen to Jamie over here and do the operational analysis so that we can figure out the logistics too. And then let's come back to the table and talk about this. If you went to the store tomorrow and you bought a staple for your family, in my family, it's milk. We're a weird family. My older children still drink milk, but we buy it. When the pandemic hit, I was buying 6 gallons of milk a week because they were going through a gallon a day. I have 4 kids, by the way. 2 sets of twins, just a fun piece of information. But if I went to the store and all of a sudden milk went from $2.39 for a half gallon to $3.99, $5.99, I'm going to pay attention. What happened when eggs went up in price this year? Didn't we all go, whoa? And for the first time probably ever in most of our lives, we thought to ourselves, do we want to buy it? These increasing costs are causing us to say, what is worth doing here? We heard about the gentleman who's going to pay more now to work night shifts because there's a $2 differential. In your mind, you might be thinking it's not that much, but it is. This has real world impacts. And we're not saying to you, don't charge us. What we're saying to you is do the research, then make the decisions. But have us at the table. More accurately, not just disabled folks, have the people who use this service sit at the table with you, because they're the ones going to tell you what they need. They're going to tell you how it impacts them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brianna Stubbert.
Hi, my name is Brianna, and I assume that everyone is in front of me, but I don't really know. I too am from Atlanta's community. There have been a couple of us here today, so you can definitely tell that this is very important to our organization as a whole. The thing that I wanted to touch on now that everyone has gone, and I'll say the same thing that Brian did, I'm echoing the same thing that everyone before me has said to you. The thing that I think that I want to say now is to put it in maybe a perspective that you live. So imagine when you wake up in the morning and you're running late, your coffee maybe spilled on your shirt, and you said, dang, I need to change my shirt. You run back inside, and then you get into your car and you go to work. No real change in your day. For a person with a disability, if you have already made your paratransit ride, you best better be outside, okay? They ain't waiting for you. No, ma'am. Okay? And you better be outside at least 15 minutes in advance because they are not waiting, okay? So you're gonna go to work with the coffee stain on your shirt and no coffee because you spilled it, okay? And the second thing is that I'll put into perspective for you. Imagine you couldn't just get in your car to go somewhere. Oh, I need something from the store. Let me just get into my car and go. That is a privilege that you hold. And honestly, Coloradans, you do not hold it dearly enough. There are too many car accidents on the freeway, okay? But it is a privilege that you hold. And I will say that it is a privilege that we are very aware that we do not have. So please be considerate when you are taking into consideration the dignity of what transportation and having that on-demand access actually means to people and what it actually means to your quality of life. Your ability to do what you want as you want is a privilege. We are asking for the same thing. Just like everyone else has said, we're not asking for this service to be free, but we're saying that a $650 increase or 650% increase will make us not use it. Period. And I'm pretty sure that is not the goal of this board or of this organization as a whole. So please take into consideration the privileges that you do have. Please acknowledge that it is a privilege and we are just looking to be treated with respect and dignity for wanting to live full quality lives. And that includes work and community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Dumais.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, now you go.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Michelle Dumais. I'm not here today as a commissioner from the Denver Commission for Persons with Disabilities. I'm not here today as the co-chair of the Ideas Committee. I'm here tonight as a mother of a child, an adult, who uses the access on demand. When you think about what is before you as a board, as so many people have said already, it's really about dignity, and it's really about having an inclusive Denver. So your no vote means yes for a life well lived in an inclusive Denver. And that's really what your mission is about today. So I implore you, as everyone else has, to seriously consider what is before you. I know that you don't take it lightly, but I also know that your yes vote will be an altering decision for the lives of thousands of Denverites and thousands who are in the Denver metro area. As so many speakers have said before, this increase will make the system inaccessible to most persons. And if you lose the ridership due to an increase, Aren't you actually making a self-fulfilling prophecy? When you think about the cuts that you're making to the service areas in an effort to, I don't know, save money or whatever it is that you're saying about why you're making a service cut to the areas, you will make it inaccessible for people. And that really is not your mission. Really your mission is how to keep an inclusive Denver and how to make the services, how to make Denver accessible to everyone. That's what paratransit is for. So your yes vote says that you've forgotten what your mission is. Your yes vote actually says you don't know what your job is. So I implore you, I'm asking you, as so many people here have done tonight, please think about the decisions and take the data and let the data drive you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joy Yanti.
Hi, thank you for allowing us to speak. I also am legally blind, and I come from a family with disabled grandparents and other family members. I also am asking that you guys vote no on this. I don't feel like you guys have listened to us. I don't feel like you guys have asked us questions when you have sent out the questionnaires. It's just, here, would you do this or this? And it's like, well, I wouldn't do any of those. You're not getting our responses in true response. I also am going to ask that you keep it at 60 rides. Many of us use almost 60 rides because we work. We also need to go to our appointments. How many of us have been late to appointments for our doctors because, well, assessor ride was late or it couldn't find its way to CU Health? Go figure. So those are some of the things. We also would assess it using multi-trips, I think would save. I've said this before. I think it should be added. If you want to add 250, you do. If you keep it at 0. But I think that there are ways that you guys can save. What about the fees that Uber and Lyft are adding on? Do they really need to be adding those on? Do you know what those are? Are they charging you guys sales tax? Because you guys can be exempt from on the state side. Have you guys looked into that? Have you looked into the CDLE side of where they're doing these employee operation services fees for 7 cents? Why aren't the drivers paying that? Why are you or why are we paying that? What about the 34 cents that DOR, Department of Revenue, is charging for the different vehicles? Is that something you can be exempt from? If you can be exempt from sales tax, why can't DOR maybe even exempt RTD from that type of servicing? If you take, just say the 15 million, just from one of the numbers I saw, and you divide that by the 25 that you're doing right now, that's 600,000 rides. Divide that by the 7 to 40, we'll just say 41 cents if you were to take off both the 7 cents and the 31 cents, 34 cents. You can bring that's like $246,000 right there a year. And if you divide that by, sorry, I'm drawing out this by memory, but that just brings it down to a whole bunch, almost like 10,000 rides in addition. And not everybody's going to use the whole, 60 rides, but many of us do, because some of us live out of just on the outsides of fixed routes. We have to spend $15 already. What about those of us who do work at night? You know what? I could have a freezer go down. I'm going to have to pay a whole bunch of more extra to go back to work again. And then lose all that product. The other things is that now I lived on that. I also have lived in where we needed SS on demand, or it was cabs back in the day. I was taking it because we were just outside of the boundaries. Now,
Joy, if you could wrap up your comments.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I live 1.2 miles one way, 0.8 miles or 0.5, and I can't get to the 0.5 because there is no lights or anything to safely cross. So I do have to use Assess on Demand because Assess a Ride is not reliable. So Assess on Demand is a must.
Thank you. Those were our speakers in person. I will now transition to public comment online. Mr. Kroll, our first speaker.
Yes, first we have Melissa Fishburne.
Melissa?
Melissa, you'll need to unmute and then state your name. Perhaps we can come back to Melissa. Those online might have, simply raised their hand and stepped away for a moment. If that's okay, Chair Bouquet, I can
Yeah,
move to
our
the
next, we'll come back to Melissa.
The next individual on the list is Jolie Harston.
Jolie?
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Good evening, directors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jolie Harston, and I am a newly Denver resident and an Access on Demand user. I am a wheelchair user. Before moving to Denver about 4 months ago, I lived in the Lone Tree area with my parents for many years. Access Ride didn't service my home address because I lived too far away from a bus stop, and so I relied on rides from my parents and grandparents who both worked, and my grandparents often couldn't assist me, meaning I often missed appointments and had little independence and ability to be a part of my community. When I found out about Access on Demand about a year ago, my whole life changed for the better. Because of Access on Demand, I have been able to be much more independent and integrated into my community. In fact, it has helped me be able to move down to Denver because I was able to make new friends and learn about new things. These proposed increased costs and reduced services would eliminate my own ability as someone on Social Security and countless other disabled, elderly, and needy Coloradans to utilize this life-changing service. It will eliminate many individuals' integration in their surrounding community and relegate them to their home, missing important appointments and affecting their health and physical health and mental health. I find it especially ironic that these proposed changes come at the 35th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, where the many RTD buses have ADA illustrations currently advertised on them. I am disappointed in the lack of transparency and information available to the disabled public. I barely knew that this was going to be happening. I only ran across it on social media, and I'm so grateful I did. I do not pretend to know that money grows on trees or there's a simple answer to all of this. However, punishing the city and state's largest minority population, people with disabilities, is not the answer. Even if I could afford regular rideshare services, which I cannot, I would be stuck because outside of AOD, there are no Wave, Uber, Lyft vehicles available. Please do not send us backwards. Access on Demand, as it currently is, has brought so much freedom to me and my community. Everyone in this room will become disabled in their lifetime. Please fight for us, for your future self, for your future family, for our civil rights, and for programs like these by voting no tonight on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jolie. Our next speaker, Mr. Kroll.
Yes, next we'll try again with Melissa Fishburne.
Melissa? We'll come back to Melissa.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, Melissa, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I'm sorry. I am Melissa Fishburne. I reside in District D, and my 3-year term just ended. I was a member on the APAC. I am very honored to have the opportunity to speak with you all tonight. I thank you for all taking the time to serve the community. And in that, I must urge you to uphold that key point of wanting to serve the community. Please do not change Access on Demand, as there is not enough factual information, clear and concise factual information provided by the organization to make an educated vote tonight. I urge a no vote because they have had over a year at RTD to make an organized presentation, and these materials just are not coming to fruition. Hence the reason why the board asked for more information in July. It's still not coming together. There's not a fair comparative analysis across the board for all RTD services and what cuts can be done in either in-house or external savings. It's all coming down to the disability community, the people that are the most unemployed, the most underserved, and the vast population of people needing transit and paratransit. Cuts to any part of access on demand right now would be severely negligent to vote anything on tonight by the board. I implore you to do what is right by the community, not only by the facts you have, not only just by personal caring about your community, but by protecting the agency as well to its commitment to uphold equity that everybody is so founded on these days, equity, inclusion. RTD would very much adhere to the rest of society who wants to cut services to people with disabilities, as far as, the advocating for healthcare. If we get our rights cut to healthcare, then they would just justify that even more to cut services that are very important to people with disabilities. Again, I just can't urge you to vote enough. No across the board. And please, if the RTD staff has not done in over a year, given you an educated picture of what this looks like, why they are so bent on making access on demand changes, then they won't do it in another year. So please do not allow any changes to a great program that was put in place at only $2 to begin with. Don't let it go up to $6.50 when times are even rougher than they were back then. I'm not saying don't charge us at all. We're not asking for a handout. We're asking for a hand up in the community. And we just can't do it as a $6.50 fare increase. That's not even something that is given to people without disabilities. There's been never.
Thank you for your comments, Melissa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker,
Yes, next we have Ty Smith.
Ty, you're recognized.
Can you hear me? This is Ty.
Yeah, we can hear you, Ty.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ty Smith. I am a person with disabilities. I grew up in extreme poverty, and I've used RTD for decades to help me get to where I am now. I am a proud full-time employee at Atlantis as a benefits planner. I am a commissioner and sit on many councils in the past that were governor and mayor appointed, and I do a lot of work in my community. It is important to me to be able to provide community engagement and participate in my community as an equal. You've heard a lot today about how the changes that you're considering will impact people's vocation, which will then impact my vocation because I want to help people find their path of their life journey. And there are so many additional challenges to try and work when you have a disability. A lot of things that almost feel like a full-time job in reporting and managing your benefits and meeting with doctors, and can be very stressful and overwhelming. And if any one little thing can make a house of cards fall. But all the work that I've done to get to where I am, I'm a proud homeowner. I want to help other people achieve the same thing. You've heard about the value of people working and being taxpayers and being able to contribute. And I just want to echo everything that they said. They're much more powerful stories than me. But there's also a cost when it comes to not allowing people to participate in their community as equals. That they tend to use more intensive services, hospital trips, ERs. For me, I was prophesized that I would spend the rest of my life behind bars, but here I am, a good, hardworking member of my community that contributes in every way that I can. And my coworkers will know probably too much. But I just want to say that it's not only the cost in taxpayers, it's not only the cost in society, but it's a lower quality of life, which will then cost the taxpayers more. Please allow people to contribute in a meaningful way to the community. Please honor our founder, Wade Blank, and the Gang of 19 who fought so very hard to get these services in the first place that you just created a fabulous tribute to not more than 4 months ago. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ty. Mr. Kroll, our next speaker.
Next is Lily Mann.
Lily, you're recognized.
Lily, you'll need to unmute. Perhaps we can move to the next one and come back to Lily. Okay, so next we have Samantha Barrasso.
Samantha, you recognized.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Samantha Barrasso, and I am an actor with Family Theater Company, the world's oldest disability affirmative theater company in the United States, along with many other theaters in the Denver metro area. I also happen to be blind and an Access on Demand user. And now I want everyone on the board, everyone without a disability, close your eyes while I'm talking to you. Close your eyes for a minute. Get yourself out of your place of privilege, and I want you to imagine the scenario I'm about to explain. What would it be like if you couldn't drive? If you had to rely on systems and people to get to where you need to go to, could not get there in a timely fashion, and had to plan your literal entire life out a day in advance? That's what the reality was like for me and so many other people with disabilities like me before Access on Demand. I have been a paratransit user with RTD since 2009 at the age of 18. And while using Access-a-Ride, I was often mistreated by drivers and dispatch people alike. My time was not considered. And if it weren't for the help of Uber and Lyft in their infancy and helpful parents, I would have missed several classes and a very important college midterm exam because of Access-a-Ride's negligence. I had to stop using it because the trust wasn't there anymore. Access on Demand has literally changed my life. I can now go to auditions around the city, even in other cities like North Glen. I can go to rehearsals that get out at 10 p.m., sometimes 11 or midnight. And I can hang out with my myriad of friends that I have in the community. I am a starving artist living on disability income as well. The only place of employment I've managed to get in the last few years is in the theater. And with this fare increase and hour decrease, that would go away. RTD has long been suffering under the delusion that people with disabilities do not have lives. I'm here to tell you right now that we do. We're professionals, students, parents, actors, employed and unemployed. And we want to live the best life and achieve our dreams just like you do. Please, I urge you to vote no on these proposed changes. And I urge a third-party study with people from the community, people with disabilities. As Melissa said, we're not asking for a handout. We're asking for a hand up. So please, I urge you to do the right thing. And if there is a yes vote, we will be out in full force protesting. Disabled people are here. Disabled people exist, and we will not be silenced or going away. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Samantha.
So
Mr. Kroll.
Next we have Lily Mann.
Lily.
Hi, sorry, I had accidentally rotated my screen, so I couldn't unmute. Oh my God, voiceover, stop. Okay. My name, well, I put Lily Mann on there because that's my name on on the RTD thing, but my preferred name is Jasmine. I'm a 24-year-old blind woman living in the Denver metro area of Colorado. Because I struggle with the bus system and the light rail system and have major trauma around crossing streets, I rely on Access on Demand fully for my transportation. A $6.50 increase would literally cause me and many others to become isolated. Even a $4.50, honestly, even a $2.50 increase could potentially harm some. And I think if it has to go that route, those of us like, okay, I'm paid $870 a month by Social Security. Finding low income housing is impossible. I have to pay $700 in rent plus other bills. I'm left with nothing at the beginning of the month. So even a $2.50 increase could hurt me. So there needs to be like a form or some sort, if the price increases for people like me, to be able to give proof of our expenses for us to have our fares knocked down to nothing until it like exceeds an amount. There's also a mental health card to this. Nobody's talking about the mental health aspect. So I'm going to go into that. Disabled people are some of the loneliest people in this country. If you vote yes on this, you're voting for a greater loneliness epidemic, and that can cause depression, anxiety, stomach issues, and even so much as suicidal thoughts. This decision could literally kill somebody. Imagine you hear somebody in your community after this decision is made who has either committed suicide or ended up in a crisis center, whether that's in Littleton or Boulder. Imagine hearing that they got put in there or are now no longer with us because they got too isolated. If you vote yes, you're voting for the loneliness epidemic to continue. You're voting for potentially the Littleton and Boulder crisis centers to even get more patients. This is so much more than just transportation. This is mental health. This is dignity. And like other people have said, disabled people are people. We are not second-class citizens. We have lives, we have friends, we have family, we have people that we want to go see. We're not all older. I'm in my mid-20s. I want to live like a mid-20s person should. And I can't even find a job like most people my age because people discriminate against me. And those of you who are saying the $2.50 even isn't a big deal, you guys probably either have jobs or you have low-income housing, which is also really impossible to get. I feel like I'd sound super entitled to ask for, free, but I don't think I would be. At the very least, just if it has to increase, I want people like myself to at least be able to opt in, like being able to share expenses with you and possibly get considered to, so please, please, please vote no. Please don't let a lot of us be isolated. Please don't cause, people's mental health to spiral. Please, this literally is, people's lives are in your hands tonight. People's lives are literally in your hands. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Mr. Kroll, our next speaker.
Next is Jordan Sibian.
Jordan.
Hello, can you all hear?
Yes, we can, Jordan.
I don't know where my camera is, so I'm just gonna go with it. My partner, Mitchell.
Hi.
And we have both been and users and have advocated for accessible on-demand transportation for at least the past 10 years, along with ADAPT and Atlantis Community. Echoing what everybody else has already said, increasing the fare to $6.50 while reducing services is just inexcusable. That's not saying that we wouldn't be willing to pay some sort of base. Increasing the price, decreasing the service area and the service times. When you've testimony after test of individuals who use this to get to work, to do what they need to do for their doctor's appointments, and they've become reliant on it. And we use it as an alternative to the accessoride proper, I'll call it, because it's more reliable. And sometimes things that you need to do, you can't schedule a day in advance before 5 p.m. So that's, I'm going to turn it over. Jacqueline, do you want to add anything to that?
So, going off of what Jordan said, for like if you have pets, vet visits, if they need sedate, if it's like, oh, you have to bring them in, it's an in-office or a drop-off. You don't know what time you're picking them up. So on demand, or a couple of years ago, I had to recertify for Access-a-Ride. My driver came and left to pick me up before my window had even opened. I was on hold and they're like, yeah, they're downstairs. Go to, they were gone. I could not do my appointment that day because of Access-a-Ride's restrictions on time, and I would have been there forever because of will call. Wade Blank did not get people out of nursing just for them to be stuck in their own homes. It's like going from one stuck situation to another. Do not vote yes on this. You will destroy more lives than I think you realize.
Thank you, Jacqueline. And in closing, one of the effect of accessible by choice, not by chance. Well, here's another good way to make that choice, to keep things accessible. Thank you for letting us speak. Thank you, Board of Directors and everybody in attendance. And
Thank you both for your comments. Mr. Kroll, our next speaker.
Yes, next we have Madeline Walsh.
Madeline, you recognized.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I really appreciate this meeting and the ability to participate. I want to acknowledge first the work that it takes to collaborate with so many individuals who all have different needs, and say that your work is deeply valued and received with nothing but gratitude. I understand that this service costs money, but I hope we also recognize the economic value this service creates. When Access on Demand allows people with disabilities to get to work, school, medical care, or grocery shopping, we're able to contribute more fully to our communities. The money we save on transportation goes back into the economy, and that can be through groceries, clothing, and even tips for our drivers. And this is why the proposed fare increase is so concerning. Raising the price doesn't just take the money from riders, it also takes money out of the local economy that we would otherwise spend in our communities. For many of us, that increase simply is not sustainable. For me personally, Access on Demand has been essential. Bus routes and schedules often do not provide adequate access to get to and from places in a timely manner. And at night, often not at all. Access on Demand helps me get to college classes, job interviews, doctor's appointments, and other daily living activities or needs. It also provides independence and reduces strain on caregivers, which is invaluable and adds even more economic value. I would also ask the board to consider alternative ways to save money without raising fares. Each month I receive a voucher for new rides, but after a recent surgery, I was not able to use mine for the past 2 months. However, once the month ends, those unused rides simply expire. Is it possible for us to consider a rollover system so rides don't go to waste? Or if rollover isn't possible, perhaps a system where riders can request additional rides when they are running low instead of automatic reissuance every month. Perhaps these changes could reduce waste, save money, and give riders a bit more flexibility. Please think not only of this as a disability issue, but also of the much larger ripple effects this decision will have on the whole Denver community. Pushing through this vote is not only unsustainable for more than just us. Without adequate feedback, it risks leading to decisions that don't reflect the full picture. Again, thank you so much for your time and for considering these perspectives. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Kroll?
Yes, the next speaker is Ethan Elshiab.
Ethan?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much for having me. My name is Ethan. I'm a Boulder resident and a frequent user of the Skip, FF1, and E-Lines, and I wanted to try to bring another perspective to this meeting. I believe the access on demand service is critically important, but I also think we must recognize the need for RTD to provide the best service to everyone and every community. When you look at a service like the Skip that I and others I know rely on multiple days per week, in 2024, that cost RTD about $5.2 million to service over 1 million trips per year. Now, a previous speaker stated that AOD is the cheapest service RTD provides, but in fact, it costs RTD over $16 million a year to service just 700,000 trips. What that means is that for every AOD ride, you're effectively sacrificing 4 rides on a traditional bus route. Now, I know how important these rides are to our disability community, and I believe that specifically users on a lower income do deserve better. And it seems like some people here are unaware of the LIVE program that cuts fares in half. I would support further reducing the LIVE fare to the same $225 as the Access to Ride program, or even lower, which would apply to everyone making under 250% of the poverty line. And I also support expanding AOD to the entire RTD service area. But at the same time, an unsustainable program frankly benefits no one in the long run, and charging a sustainable fare for the service is a far better alternative to needing to cancel it outright or reduce bus service if it keeps growing and growing. And finally, on a different topic, I also want to recognize the comments around the proposed changes to 8th Avenue brought up by a previous speaker and agree that converting that to a grade crossing would be an unacceptable and unsafe change. Thank you very much for your hard work and your time.
Thank you, Ethan. Our next speaker.
Yes, next we have Chandler Sanchez.
Chandler, you're recognized.
Hi there. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I want to thank you all for having the opportunity to give public comment. My name is Chandler Sanchez. I'm a Denver resident and I work for the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. We are partnering with the Denver Streets Partnership to put on some transit town halls across the RTD region. And we just wanted to join today to thank the board members who are partnering with us for these town halls. We're looking forward to supporting conversations in your communities. Clearly, like today's board meeting shows, community conversations really are the foundation to ensuring that transit actually does work for everyone. And we would love to continue the conversation about how transit service can be improved. Our first meeting is going to be next Wednesday in Parker for District G. And we also want to acknowledge that RTD is facing some very real financial challenges, some of which, again, are being presented tonight. And we think it's really important, and I can't underscore it enough, that it is really necessary to be forward-thinking about how the region can come together to make Denver's largest transit service provider work better for all of the people in our community. So again, thank you for the time, and I hope to see you, as well as so many folks here at our RTD town, or our transit town halls. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandler. Our next speaker.
Yes, next we have James Triplett.
James. James, you're recognized to speak.
James, you'll need to unmute. Perhaps we can come back to James. Next, we have Joshua Hursa.
Joshua, you're recognized.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Joshua, it indicates that you are speaking, but we're not able to hear you.
Is this better? Hello?
Okay, there
we hear you now.
Okay, good. I was wondering what was going on with my phone. My name is Joshua Hursa. I am a medicated schizophrenic who lives in Capitol Hill in Denver. And I was on the Access-a-Ride committee for 3 years. And I want to just testify about how valuable the connections are for people that don't live on fixed transit lines. I used to live out near Buckley Air Force Base, and I would walk for almost 2 miles to my fixed route, which was the 133. And I've had multiple times where that bus would pass me right by instead of stopping, and would have to walk 2 miles back home. And this was back in the winter months. So it's really important to have this service available where we can call Uber or Lyft or cabs, because Medicaid cabs are going away. That system, gets people to doctor's appointments and stuff too. So it's really important to have this system and to fund it. And I understand that $0 is probably not going to continue much longer, but I would rather have the increase be $2 or $4 instead of $6. So just consider all of those factors while you guys are making your decision. And I appreciate you directors for listening to all of our public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Our next speaker, Jack.
Yes, next we have Gabe Mead.
Gabe, you recognized?
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Gabe, the same issue here. It seems like you're trying to speak, but we aren't able to hear you.
Hello? Hello? Hello.
We hear you now, Gabe. Thank you.
Sorry, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. Hi. My name's Gable Mead, and I am an educational brailleist for Denver Public Schools. And what that means is that I, for my job, work with blind students in the Denver area. I understand that the board is in an, as someone said earlier, an unenviable position right now, having to do this vote. And you've heard from a lot of people who are going to be much more well-spoken than I am, but you have heard a lot of testimonies that are born out of passion and fear and, in some cases, rage. And I know that this vote wouldn't be on the table if there wasn't like a reason behind it, because I understand that the board and the people who are making these decisions are not monsters. That being said, I can also make the assumption that the board and the people who make these decisions are not paratransit users. Because if you were, I don't think this would be up to a vote. I think you would understand how important, one, access on demand is, and how unreliable access a ride is and has been for so many people. I think anyone who uses the service has at least one horror story of anything from missing the ride or having trouble with drivers. And I think access to demand has been an incredible alternative for many disabled people. I am fully blind myself. And I think the raise to a $6.50 fare is highly unsustainable for me. And I work full time, 40 hours a week. But that being said, I'm not in public education for the money. And $6.50, 60 rides a month, $390, I'm already spending at least $250 on my rides as is with the zero fare. And because I take more than just 2 rides home and to work each day, I have other students between schools that I need to go visit. And so my rides are rarely free in general. And adding a $6.50 fare on top of that, it could be severely damaging. Even a $4.50, but I understand if that's the compromise that needs to be made, it is. But and that's not just me. I have a colleague, Anhit Labar, who is I believe is present with you guys, who is a teacher of the visually impaired for Denver Public Schools, and she takes more rides than I do, and she spends more money than I do a month. And us spending $500 to $800 a month on like rides just so we can teach our students, our blind students, is very difficult to articulate how challenging that is for us to
Gable, if you
reckon
could
with.
wrap up your comments.
Yeah, that is to say, I understand that this is a very tough decision. And as I said earlier, I know you guys are not monsters because monsters do not have hearts. And I know that you guys do. So I would appreciate if you guys could listen to yours and understand that the right decision is to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker,
Next, we're going to try James Triplett again. James?
James.
James, you'll need to unmute.
Joe Tripp.
All right, I think we'll move on and we'll come back again, James. Anahit Labar is the next one.
Hello, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Anahit Labar. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Mr. Kroll.
Yeah, we're getting some indication from our staff that the audio is just not coming through here.
Well, can you hear me? I'm speaking
Yeah.
now. Okay, got it.
Miss
Hold-
Labar, we're having some technical difficulties here.
Got you. Okay.
Take 5.
Should we take? So do we need to restart? Okay, we should probably take a full break now and then.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we will be taking a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 7:51.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Mike, if you can hear us, can you say something? Mike Smith, we're trying to test the audio in the room. Mike Smith, can you comment?
Yes, I can comment. I can hear you loud and clear. And there's motion in the video too. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hey, Mike, go ahead and try again.
Okay, the video is clear. Can you hear me?
Mike, we can hear you. Thank you.
Great, you're welcome.
Okay, Mike, why don't you go ahead and try again? Mike Smith, do a mic check.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Mike Smith. Are you able to hear me yet?
Mike, can you try again?
Yes, can you hear me yet?
It's good.
You can hear,
Well, what about Mike? I'm checking a.
can you hear me? This is Mike Smith. I am testing right now. Can you hear me?
You can hear him? Okay, thanks, Mike.
You're welcome.
All right, directors, members of the public, if we take our seats, we're going to try to get started. We're going to get back to order, please. Thank you. Yeah, let's start the recording. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are still in public participation. Thank you all for your patience. I believe our technical difficulties have been resolved. Mr. Kroll, our next speaker.
Yes, for everyone's awareness, we have about 11 individuals who have indicated their desire to provide public comment who are on the Zoom. We have appeared to, we've made the best attempt we can to restore audio to those who are providing it via Zoom. So we're going to give it another shot. In the event that we are still encountering technical difficulties, unfortunately, we're going to have to ask those individuals who are online in hopes of providing public comment to write in with their public comment, but let's see if we can get the audio back. And the first individual that is up is Anahit Labar.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. And I know this has been a long day for all of you, so I will try to go through my points quickly. So I'm a deafblind individual, and I am also a teacher. As educators, we encourage our students to dream, to be active, to work, to shop, to take part in society, and believe it or not, to be proud to pay taxes. That means you are independent, you take responsibility. My students have visual and at times developmental disabilities. I want to share one example of my student who I have been sharing. This is the third time that she attempted to take Accessaride yet again. This was after a surgery, returning home from the hospital. She was on the bus for 3 hours. After a surgery, recovering, it has been not a very good experience. So I feel like we have not taken all the necessary steps to have enough information and make informed decision. The service is rightfully called a premium service because it works. It means reliability, availability, and a way to take part in society, giving back as a full participant. Think about it. Throughout these past few years, so many services have been cut, reduced. I live in the suburbs and I work in Denver. The availability of public transportation where I live is laughable. It's very difficult to get anywhere. It would take me over 2 hours each way to get to work if I took public transportation. I am scared to use Access-a-Ride. I have used Access-a-Ride before, not very successfully. And I am very nervous about doing that because my students rely on me to be there on time. So I would really ask you to be intentional with your decision. Be thoughtful about cutting a program without a viable alternative. I think this is what I really want to focus on. Right now, there is no good alternative to this program. So for us who do have jobs and who are expected to be on their job at a certain time, it's impossible to take Access-a-Ride. I would highly urge to have a third-party study, independent study with emphasis on for Access-a-Ride timely arrivals and not only timely departures. Because when we look at Access-a-Ride is now 95% on time to depart. But just like my student, going back to my student's story, who was on the bus for 3 hours after surgery to get home, that is just not a viable option. And another thing to keep in mind, we are not making a choice to not drive. It doesn't matter how hard I work, I will never be able to drive. So this is my only option. This is my only choice. So given the magnitude of the impact, it is imperative to have a meaningful input from our population. To me, this means having a meaningful conversation, a meaningful discussion about survey results, rather than us just providing our stories and sharing our stories, however powerful. I feel like I don't necessarily have power because I come, I share stories, I come again 2 months later, I share stories again. And I would rather sit down and have a meaningful discussion, keeping in mind the integrity and the dignity of our population. That is the end of my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Yes, next we will try again with Mr. Triplett, James Triplett.
Mr. Triplett. We'll come back.
Yeah, next we have Pippi Adams.
Pippi, you recognized?
Pippi, you'll need to unmute.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Pippi Adams, and I am the president of the National Federation of the Blind's Mile High chapter. I bet you all are getting tired. This meeting has been very long. And yet I'm going to say the same things that many people have already said this evening, because we've been saying these things and we haven't been able to get our words heard, or it does not appear that way. Like I said, I'm a member of the National Federation of the Blind. This is the largest advocacy organization of blind people in the world. Throughout all of the studies and things that have been done, the NFB was never invited to the table. As the president of the Mile High chapter, I wasn't invited to the table. As the president of the state affiliate, Jessica Beecham, was never invited to the table. This is a problem. It's nothing about us without us. How can you make decisions without us? I will also say that this has been frequently called a premium service, access on demand. How can it be a premium service when Access-a-Ride is not a service that is getting us to places where we need to go on time? It may pick us up on time, but the destination drop-offs are not on time. This is a huge issue. I would also like to say that Director Guchenritter, you are the director for my district. And I would like to hold you accountable and all of the other directors here for improving RTD with being able to keep the Tabor money instead of, making these cuts and not improving it. The whole access-a-ride and access on demand is less than 2% of the budget, and yet this is the place you all are trying to make cuts to. This is an issue. I'm sitting at the state capitol now, which is where I work, and so I would like to say thank you to all of our representatives and senators who have spoken, who have signed petitions for our rights. And I'll be working late tonight because I'm on this meeting, which is my choice. But if you do time restrictions, I won't be able to get home at ridiculous o'clock when I need to. And I won't be able to get here super early to make coffee for all of our Congress people. That's an issue. Also, to reiterate again, you know, there are lots of people in Broomfield that live 500 feet outside of the RTD area.
Hippie, if you could wrap up your comments.
I sure can, yes. I would just like to say, please vote no on this. Please invite us to the table. And please, please, please listen to all of our words tonight and take them in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, next we have Hannah Lawless.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Hannah.
Okay. I'm here to join our community in advocating against fare increases and reduced services. We want you to conduct an impact study on this accessible transportation system and engage a third party to do so. We urge you to uphold ballot measure 7A that our community deeply and clearly supports. As someone who is disabled, is friends with, and who has directly supported individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities for the entirety of my life and in my career for the past 5 years, I've seen how crucial these services are to have here. People rely on access on demand to access job opportunities, which are already slim and inaccessible to the disabled community. People rely on them to access education, communication support, and healthcare. These are all basic needs, and these are human rights. Access to these services are already being stripped from the disabled community. Healthcare costs are rising. My friend had a hip replacement that was $250,000, and they'll continue to rise. People who are houseless or without shelter, over 400 families are on the waiting list in Denver. Shelters are physically and intellectually inaccessible and filled with abuse. SNAP has been cut. People who receive disability services are limited to how much money they can have and make. Thousands of people are on the waiting list for home and community-based services here in Colorado, and special education services are being cut here and throughout the country. People are being criminalized for being without housing. People are being punished for needing support in a community and society built to exclude them. Community organizers and care providers have minimal to no financial support. In your land acknowledgement that you gave at the beginning, you said your intention is to dismantle the systems against all oppressed people. I believe your vote will show your commitment to that. I want you to let this evening, where so many amazing community members came and shared their stories, to be a reminder that people with disabilities deserve to live fulfilling lives with the love, joy, and success that's meaningful to them. These proposals are genuinely life-threatening, and people need more support to access their basic needs and beyond, not less, which is what these cuts would do. Access on demand has been beneficial and has come from the continued advocacy built by the disabled community that you heard from today.
Thank you, Hannah. Our next speaker, Mr. Kroll.
Yes, next we have Ruth Newell.
Ruth? Ruth, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Ruth, I see that you've unmuted, but it does not indicate that you have started speaking. We can come back to you, Ms. Newell, and
Oh, Ruth?
Yes, okay, great. So anyway, tell them actually you're Rick. So I'm Rick. I'm using Ruth Newell's computer. So I just wanted to speak on what I've heard tonight, and I think it's all incredibly important. And one of the things that I would like to say is I also am an actor. I also work downtown. I work down at DCPA and Argus Event Staffing, doing security and ushering. And I just want to say that I really think, in my opinion, that to make the cost worse, I think it really does not help. I think it makes it. I think it makes it harder on people. I think it makes it not better. And in my opinion, I also want to say that the other thing that I think it's needs to be brought up. In my opinion, is that when you guys have been doing this reconstruction project with RTD with the light rail for the past year and a half, has kind of been impacted people like us with disabilities, and to have lines be cut for light rails, and to have services be kind of difficult to get around. And I agree with a bunch of other individuals that in my opinion, that need the 24-hour-7 support with access on demand. I think that's really crucial because um, because I think that aspect is really important to people, and I think honestly, if you guys are going to be cutting this service and making it more expensive, I honestly think that's going to be a disgrace. And I think that's going to be a disservice to people with disabilities, especially me, because I have disabilities, and I choose not to drive because there are a lot of people that are not safe on the roads. And in my opinion, I think that that this service is incredibly essential to me. And I would actually strongly urge you to keep what we've been doing, or even raise the amount to be even more for things, especially getting downtown, so it can be more
Rick, if you
affordable
could, if you could wrap up your comments.
and more cost effective. And that's my opinion. Want to say anything?
Hi, I'm Ruth, the mom, Ruth Newell. And the one thing I don't think I've heard yet is it's a 2-for-1 impact because Rick has been able to access on demand and get himself to and from work and to and from activities. It's freed me up to work. So now we have two people that are taxpayers instead of tax takers. And I think that impact has been very significant in our household, that Rick isn't depending on me only to get around and for transportation, which frees me up to do my work and get paid. So is that all we have to say?
And I think also the other thing is that I do know how much Uber and Lyft used to cost before this access on demand was available. And let me just tell you that without this service and with you guys charging, I will just tell you that I will no longer be a service of this candidate of this program, because I do know that it will charge me, and I do know that I had been on that route. I had been on the route of paying full price for these things. And I honestly think that it's not worth it, in my opinion. So yeah, I think in my opinion, you guys really should not do this, and I think I strongly urge that you guys say no to this, because if you do, as we've heard a bunch of people talk about tonight, including me, it will not only affect people's health, it'll affect people's jobs, and it will affect people's lives,
Quality of life.
and quality of life. And if you guys do this, that is being a disgrace to Colorado, and it's being a disgrace to our people with disabilities. And I think that is not okay. And I think, in my opinion, that that's why having this meeting is so important. And I think a lot of people have said it, and I'm going to say it again, is I think just this meeting is really important. And I think voting no on this, I think would save a lot of people's lives. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you both. Our next speaker,
Yes, next we have Alicia Cooper.
Alicia.
Good evening, everyone. I'm coming to you not as the chair of Denver Commission for People with Disabilities, but as a U.S. Army veteran. I speak on behalf of my community, and for many of us, access on demand is not a convenience, it is a lifeline. It is the way we reach urgent medical care, keep employment, attend therapy appointments, especially of those of us who live with PTSD, and stay connected to our family and community. And without this, isolation sets in quickly. The proposal before you and that you're trying to vote on tonight or attempting to vote on tonight is a 650% increase. And what I continue to hear is that number is staggering. It's not a fair adjustment to many of us, including my fellow veteran brother and sisters. This is a barrier. No other group of riders is being asked to bear any such burden. For veterans like myself and for countless others living with disabilities, the cost of this increase would make independence feel like more of a luxury. Our transportation is directly tied to mental health. Without affordable, reliable ways to move throughout our city that we love, people with disabilities and veterans are cut off from care and community and purpose. And when isolation deepens, I want you to understand that depression, anxiety, and even suicidal thoughts are not far behind. And as a veteran coming from combat in 1998 and 1999, during Operation Fox and Desert Star, that is significant. We need to be with each other. I know what it means to fight for freedom, but freedom is hollow if you cannot even afford to leave your home. The military has a saying, you are as strong as your weakest link. Don't be the weak link. Your decision tonight will let us know how strong you want us to be or help us to be. There's also another saying, be all that you can be. And this is not it. This is not it at all. So this proposal, it's just more than a price change. It is a disservice to every person that Access on Demand was created for. And Denver citizens voted to sustain RTD with the understanding that equity would guide these decisions. The balance should not come at the expense of people already carrying the heaviest load. So I urge you to reject this significant increase. Work with the disability and veteran communities to create solutions. Thank you.
Next, we have Richard Bamber.
Richard.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. When the voices calling to save the Access on Demand program outnumber the voices to cut it by 1,000 to 1, and leadership still pushes forward, that is not just a mistake, that is failure. And when leadership fails at this scale, it raises serious questions about whether those that sit in the seats of power should remain in their positions at all. The mark of a civilized society is that we provide for those that need a little extra help. Spending more per trip for disabled customers to meet their transit needs is simply the right thing to do. As an able-bodied transit rider, I 100% back the disabled community on this. You can claim that if we don't bring in these cruel fare increases to reduce the AOD programme budget, bus services such as the 15L and the 31 will have to be cut instead. Well, just you try cutting the 15L or the 31. I literally dare you to do that when the City of Denver and CDOT have kicked off programmes that will invest millions into the corridors those routes run. Don't make me laugh with your empty threats. I've heard some people in the room are, quote, tired of this issue, and after 14 meetings, wish it to be put to bed. Well, half of this room gets to sit in fancy chairs. You got here either using your free transit pass, or if you drove, you had free valet parking, okay? And you were even paid for your time, and you chose to be here. The other half of the room has come here on their own time and on their own dime, and are doing all of that with a disability. They have repeatedly shown up, been polite, and even pleaded their case. Some of the accounts given here tonight have been incredibly moving. To the disabled side, I say, I am sorry you have to be here again. To the fancy chairs side, boo-hoo. The paratransit review was an absolute sham, and RTD's disabled riders are paying the price. The result was a grade F piece of work that completely missed the real problems with the paratransit service. I remain speechless, figuratively, that such an incompetently executed study is being used to justify potentially wrecking the lives of some of our most vulnerable customers. Financially, the board is in the dark and taking a random stab at a potential cost-cutting opportunity here. In the grand scheme of things, you have no idea what you're doing. If I had submitted that excuse for a cost update memo on August the 29th while I was at university, I'd have flunked the class, because this isn't math, it's politics. For the umpteenth time, get your staff under control and get the full set of figures. No, it breaks down exactly where the financial inefficiencies of the agency really lie.
Thank you, Mr.
Fix
Vander.
$50
We're gonna
a
move
trip.
on. Our next speaker,
Next, we have Jordan Castor.
Jordan, you're recognized.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hello,
can, Jordan.
hello. Oh, perfect. I am a totally blind resident of Boulder, and I first and foremost want to say how proud I am of every single disabled voice in this room and on Zoom. Advocacy is in our blood and our bones, and I am in awe of the way that we continue to show up, and I know that we will continue to show up because we are here and we're not going anywhere. I use Access on Demand exclusively for work and for leisure. And I wanted to address some comments made previously. It's not just about being able to ride the bus. If you look at the bus stops, I know the skip was mentioned earlier in regards to Boulder. If you look at the bus stops in Boulder, where does it drop you off in relation to where you want to go? Are the intersections accessible? Do they have audible pedestrian signals? Are they safe to cross? Are there sidewalks? Do you have to walk through a parking lot? Many parts of Boulder are strip malls. There are only, I believe, when I counted last, 9 accessible intersections in Boulder, and we have advocated, as the National Federation of the Blind, for accessible pedestrian signals in Boulder and have been denied due to lack of funding. So it is not just whether or not disabled people can take the bus. We need to be aware of where the bus drops off and picks up. And for a lot of us, me included, Access on Demand is the only safe and equitable way for me and others to get to work, to get to school, and to get to events in our community. The other day, I had a long day and I just wanted to go out with my friends to dinner. So my blind pal and I hopped in our separate access rides and met for dinner and were able to lean on each other for support. Paying $13 extra on top of dinner prices, on top of activity prices, disconnects us from our community. I have never known freedom and independence like I have in Boulder and in the Denver area because of this service. This service has given me such a improved quality of life. I am choosing to remain living in this area instead of moving to another state because we are number one in transit. And this is really, really making a difference. Y'all vow to make lives better through connections. People with disabilities must not be disconnected. We must remain connected to our community and to our employment and to our livelihoods in a way that's meaningful to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan.
Next, we have Dennis Lavinka.
Dennis?
Dennis, you'll need to unmute. Okay, Dennis, we will come back to you. Next, we have,
Dennis?
Nope. We'll go with Bradley Miller, and then we'll come back to Dennis.
Bradley?
Good evening. Thank you all so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am deeply disturbed by several members of the board's callous behavior in regards to this issue. When I came and spoke last time, it was essentially the same meeting and function, and the fact that we're continuing this conversation well into its I mean months and months and months of the same conversation. The public has been explicit and clear, and it is inexcusable that we continue this behavior, especially given that the majority of expenditure, as broken down by the board's budget breakdown, roughly 31% outside of salaries and benefits is for outside services, a great deal of which is consultants that are wasting taxpayer money rather than allowing us to actually build the trains and buses and routes that we need to complete, including fast tracks. I have not been alive longer than the discussion on fast tracks. It has been 20 years. I moved to Colorado when I was 2. I have not been sentient longer than this issue has been failed by RTD's board. And the current plan to finish fast tracks, as has been presented by this board, is inexcusable. There have been no meaningful solutions found to try and find the resources required to finish a project that taxpayers have been expecting for 20 years. Why on God's green earth would anyone have faith in our board and in our organization when we fail to deliver on the projects that we've been expected to deliver for 20 years due to financial mismanagement, among other issues? But rather than, dedicate our time to fixing that issue, we decide to gut the one program that is delivering consistently for its residents, that being the disabled community. This is a no-brainer. We need to gut some of these consultants. We need to stop wasting our time attacking the disabled community, and we need to finish fast tracks. Mind you, there are board members who I know are actively fighting to this task, but the majority has been making fatal decisions on these issues. It is extremely critical that we adjust our direction, and those who fail to adjust direction on this will be replaced. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, we'll try with Dennis again.
Dennis?
All right. Thanks for your patience this time. And that's, I really hope that you continue to show patience, and everybody's asking not to make a rushed decision that could literally affect the lives of lion's share of those who you've been hearing from. I really do feel like I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, those who presented you with testimony, with facts, with concerns, and I'm just going to rally behind that champion question of just, staying your hand and allowing time and really inviting us to the table. I mean, we're coming to your table and begging you to include us to make better decisions. I'm a person with blindness. I live well outside any bus route that would pick me up. There's an old skeleton of a chair that I could go sit into that no bus comes to anymore. So this program absolutely allows me to get to work. And honestly, it only takes kind of a notch out of the toll that it takes me to get there, to come to the city, to do my work, to teach my students, to take care of, I'm a beekeeper. We just started an enriching bee program at the Center for the Blind. So I'm in charge of 50,000 little lives, let alone the many students that come in contact with me in my workplace. And people say they don't envy you for your seat that you hold, and I'm going to oppose that. I really do. I am so envious that you get to sit there and on the eve on a hard decision, and these are the good ones, right? That you actually get to make a difference, not in people's pocketbooks, but in the very many lives of the stories that you've heard. Like, what a time to live. Like, what a time to be able to actually say, we're gonna do the right thing, and we're actually gonna honor our mission. We're gonna make connections between people, and we're going to uphold this oath we take to a flag, and we're actually gonna put gusto behind some of these land acknowledgements that we do, that we're actually gonna serve a marginalized community that has been just for the life of it has been just scraping just to be seen as the same, not just different, because we are worth it.
Dennis, if you could wrap up your comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker,
Michelle Nichols.
Michelle, you recognized?
Michelle, you'll need to unmute.
Let's come back to Michelle.
Okay, next we have Judy Dixon.
Judy?
Judy, you'll likewise need to unmute.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you all. I haven't been watching the time. I suspect you have. It's been a long evening. I would like to echo the point of how impressed I am with the presentations of our community. I am blind. I have lived in this community all my life. I won't reveal how many years, but it's a lot. The AOD program is so important to all of us, and I want to tell you two reasons. One you've heard, one you haven't. I live on a bus route, except it's gone. It was cut. I was very conscientious about ensuring that I lived on a bus route. I understand that nothing is forever, but this route was cut. That's out of my control. So this program is critical. It's critical for another reason. When my husband and I went to apply for this program, I believe it was in early July of 2023 in Aurora, we were asked to try the Access-a-Ride. I live in Northeast Boulder. We agreed to do that. We thought that was very considerate. The ride down was wonderful. The driver was fantastic. When we completed our application, we boarded the bus and we went from Aurora to South Littleton and from South Littleton to Northeast Boulder. And it took just about 2 hours. My husband was frail, part of the reason he wanted the pass. The bus was particularly uncomfortable. That's nothing to focus on, it's just a point. I think that the AOD program is so important because it provides three things: predictability, respect. I am not naive when I say that 99% of the drivers that I encounter are most respectful and capable. And it provides a way of being like everyone else. To be late to work when one gets off an Access-a-Ride and is being watched by employees, other employees, customers, is humiliating. When one is frail, to go from Aurora to South Littleton to Northeast Boulder is truly difficult. Thank you for your time. I am hopeful that you will make very good decisions.
Thank you, Judy, for your comments. Our next speaker,
Yes, we are going to try with Michelle Nichols.
Michelle.
Michelle, you'll need to unmute. Michelle, you're still not unmuted.
Okay, now can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Michelle Nichols, and I am proud to say that I have worked for 14 years at the ARC call center, and I was using Access-a-Ride before, Access on Demand, and the service for Access-a-Ride was absolutely atrocious. I mean, I'd get to work on time, but sometimes would get picked up late at night. And the cuts that are being considered, I would say, are going to be very dangerous to not only me, but my coworkers, especially our assistant supervisor who's visually impaired, because she cannot leave until all of us are picked up. And should we have to go back to using Access-a-Ride, we get off at like 3:15 in the afternoon, which is like the beginning of rush hour. And although we have a foyer that we can sit in and wait, there is a huge homeless encampment across the street from us. And being forced to go back to waiting long periods of time for Access-a-Ride, you know what, you're forcing us to put ourselves at risk of maybe being robbed or worse. And my worst fear is that because our assistant supervisor would have to leave last, she's going to be stuck there by herself in a very dangerous neighborhood. And that's not okay. And also, I use Access on Demand to go to the grocery store, to go to church, and I need to have unrestricted access because this also enables me to get to doctor's appointments on time. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Our next speaker.
Yes, we're going to try James Triplett again. James, you'll need to unmute. James, you're still not unmuted. Chairman Bouquet, this is the last speaker in raising their hands online.
Mr. Triplett, I'd recommend sending them most likely via email comments then. Apologies for not being able to reach you. Are there any other speakers in person? Okay. Could you approach the podium one at a time?
You want me to hold this? Sure. Test. Is it working? Okay. Hi, I'm Don Russell with ADAPT. The truth is clear. AOD is the most cost-effective option RTD operates. It saves money, expands mobility, and reduces reliance on Access-a-Ride. What is unsustainable is introducing a new program such as WAV, Wave on Demand, with no budget approval, then burying these those costs with AOD to make it appear broken. The board and the public deserve accurate, transparent reporting. If the general manager cannot provide reliable data or continues to mischaracterize costs, that is a failure of leadership, not to the program. It's well past time that the agency comes out its public relation closet and moves openly among the community in the light of truth and inclusiveness. RTD's credibility depends on it. Riders' independence and access to opportunity depend on it even more. Our region and state demand it. You do not have sufficient information to make a decision of this magnitude. You must fully reject the proposal, conduct an impact study, and honor ballot measure 7A. Like in the past, ADAPT is willing to do whatever it takes to ensure our right to ride like everyone else.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Mary Hennig. I'm a disability advocate and retired elementary special education teacher. In these two roles, I have dedicated a lot of time to helping people. That's why I continue to show up here. Prior to having my own son with special needs, I had a very successful career in business. Disability can send your life on a trajectory that you never imagined. But it's not bad, it's just different. Having this dual expertise gives me a critical lens to see that there's something really broken in a process that has been going on for this long. So much back and forth with fares and subsidies and service hours. Board members and the community here have asked for data, and staff has provided nonsense. Disability is complicated, but you have a lot of experts here. We want to help. Show me the data, I'll help you make sense of it. You have in front of you 440 names on a letter of people who came forward in just 1 week's time through a grassroots effort to ask that you wholly reject the proposal, you conduct an impact study, and you honor ballot measure 7A. A no vote does not mean that you failed. You will garner much goodwill from the community by voting no, but will invoke a tsunami of backlash by voting yes. That is not a threat, that is just a fact. Director Pagliari, I'm looking to you specifically as my representative on this board to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bob Diniger with ADAPT. God bless our democracy. Thank you for your patience. God bless independent living. And God bless Dawn Russell. Where'd the TV cameras go? I'm having a bad hair week, so it's okay. I want to give a quick shout out to Director Peggy Catlin for her many years of honorable service. Thank you, Peggy. Your calm dignity in stressful times will be missed. How about a hand? How about a hand for Peggy? Never before in my life have I witnessed a phenomenon of compromising before even coming to the negotiating table. Now the disability community finds itself compromised by false choices. 650, 450, 250? No, we all pay. We all pay sales tax. 97% of this district's population never rides RTD, but we all pay sales tax. Providing the transit dependent with services is your bare bones basic mission. You cannot manage what you do not measure. I'm sorry, we all know RTD's credibility is at historic lows. An independent impact study has to be priority one. Don't be fooled by the shifting numbers, 3-card money being passed off as actual data. $20 for AOD or $100 for AAR? Easy choice, right? Who benefits from the more expensive option? You need to follow the money. We call on the board to show some backbone. A little dose of personal and political courage is needed here. Slow down, as you were just implored. Let the data drive you. You do not have sufficient information to make such a momentous decision. You must fully reject the proposal. Commission an independent impact study and honor the promises of last year's ballot measure 7A. A no vote is not destructive. It will mean a healthy reinvigoration of RTD's paratransit offerings. Leadership takes courage. We need unselfish, honorable leaders, not rubber stamps. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Our next speaker.
All right. My name is Dr. Claudia Fulska, former director of District D, 2 terms for the Regional Transportation District. I was going to read this to you tonight, but I can't because I can't see. So we made sure that each of you had a copy of this with every single person who signed it up until 12:30 this afternoon. That number is 440. I'm sure it has passed 500 by now. I don't even know what time it is. I wanted to, can I have a little extra time, Mr. Chair, please? As a courtesy?
I can give you an extra minute. We're on record for public comment, so I'll give you an extra minute.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about the information that we do know. We know that access on demand has profoundly impacted the lives of everyday people in an incredible way. And for the last 21 months, twice a month, you've been hearing this. We also know that when access on demand and Access-a-Ride was going to the airport, everything was fine. And then one day, Access-a-Ride couldn't go to the airport. Did your general manager figure out what the problem is? No. Did the people who use Access-a-Ride and promote Access-a-Ride, CCDC, who meet with Deborah Johnson once a month for the last 3 years? No. But Mr. Curtis Chong, who is a blind person, he did. He went out to DIA and knocked on the door of the transit department and said, hey, how come we can't get our Access-a-Ride vans in here anymore? And they said, oh, no, you can. And he's like, well, how does that happen? And he said, oh, you just need this little transponder. We put it in the windshield, it opens the gate. And then he says, well, how much is that? Well, you can have it for free, as many as you want. These are the same people who are providing you information tonight. If you vote yes on this, you're as dumb as a chicken who votes for Colonel Sanders. Thank you.
Thank you, former Director Fulska. Are there any other public participants? Okay, were any email comments received for today's meeting, Mr. Kroll?
Yes, you all received 44 email communications, the vast majority of which related to access on demand. You did, however, receive additional emails related to service from Longmont to DIA, as well as email comments related to Front Range Passenger Rail, the Fast Tracks internal savings account, and the railroad light rail crossing at Havana and Smith Road. These will all be appended to the official transcript of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. With no other participants in the queue, we'll now close public comment. We're now moving on to our next action item, and that's for the external entities report. And there are no external entities reports for this month. We're now moving on to action items. As I mentioned previously, in response to anticipated public interest, the Executive Committee elevated 3 items: the Access on Demand program modifications, the Access on Demand contract extensions, and the Finishing Fast Tracks report. The first 2 related to Access on Demand were placed in a dedicated section of the agenda under Header 9, Action Items. Each item will be introduced, discussed, and voted on individually. Once finished, the Access on Demand action items we will move to a discussion on the finishing Fast Tracks report. The first action item A, is for the Access on Demand program modifications as amended. For the Board of Directors to approve modifications to the supplemental premium Access on Demand AOD service for RTD's paratransit customers as amended and described herein effective January 1st, 2026. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have Secretary Nicholson as the mover.
Second.
Who's the second? Harwick is the second. Is there discussion on this? Yes, Director Geisinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you all for coming here tonight and for the letters we've been sent. I would like to make a motion to amend the fare in this proposal from $6.50 to $4.50. I respect and appreciate staff's efforts. I understand the financial issues that we are facing. And I think it's important to say that no one on this board or in the staff is making this decision cavalierly or heartlessly. I believe this is too big a jump right now for our customers with disabilities until we have really studied Access-a-Ride and our paratransit options as a whole. I think we do need to charge a sustainable fare to maintain this program and to move it forward. I am hesitant to make this motion because we need to make decisions tonight, and I don't like late motions. But I think it's important to move to a more complete study, and I think it's important to add a sustainable fare. So I am making a motion to change the fare to $4.50.
Would this also include the LIVE program at $2.25?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second? I have Catlin as the second. Discussion on the amendment. Director O'Keefe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for everyone that's stuck with us tonight. I don't feel like it's been too long. I appreciate everyone that showed up. I think we must have heard from 100 people tonight, and I appreciate the 99 people that didn't turn it into a cruel version of Prime Minister's questions. I have been a no vote on this. I've been a no vote the first time. I was a no vote on committee, and I'm a no vote tonight. It's not an applause. It's just I have a belief that fundamentally this program is exactly what we should be doing first and not last. And I think that's the discussion that we've been caught up in, is what's pushing what over the budget. And, you know, one thing substantive, I'm also a new member of, I'm sorry, Director Harwick, Chairman Harwick, I'm a new member of your committee, at least for a few more months. And I've learned a lot about this program, and I've learned a lot from everyone who's showed up and spoken. I've also learned a lot from management. And, you know, I think assuming best intentions, at least first, is the way to go. And I don't think we need to put a light on the degradation of discourse in this country and the insinuation of unpure motives or anything. It's easier to go through life not leading with that. So as we go forward and improve this program, I think it's going to be important for us to have that attitude together. And I know that I can count on Deborah Johnson to carry that forward. I think I appreciate what Director Geisinger is doing. Vote for it. It makes it better. Makes it what I think is an idea that I don't support better. I don't think this is a holistic view of our paratransit system, and that's the thing that I've learned. There are a lot of things broken. The fact that we have to send ambling buses down to substitute for Ubers as a wave vehicle is just not. It's not an effective trade. If we are gonna, if Access on Demand is providing that value, then I think we should be looking at adding smaller wave vehicles that aren't going to carry the cost, that aren't going to get out of sequence or be halfway across town. And so I'd ask that we support this because it makes it better. I don't know what happens after, but I also ask that we take a step back and look at this program holistically, and rather than just trying to ratchet down on Access on Demand as a single program. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director. Director Busick?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. You know, I was asked earlier if I would support this $4.50 concept, and initially I thought, well, maybe that's the best compromise. Maybe that's the best we can do. But you know, the more I think about it, I'm with Director O'Keefe, and I've been a no vote from the very beginning as well, because I don't believe we should impact this community of riders when able-bodied riders are riding buses with incredible headways and getting to and from without any issue. You know, our staff report says to balance this, we'd have to have an equivalent reduction in fixed bus route service by 3.3%. Part of me thinks, well, okay, let's do that, because to those riders, typically, and it's a generalization, that may result in an inconvenience. But when you do what we're attempting to do to the disabled community here, it's a life-changing event. So I agree with Director O'Keefe. I can't support any of these scenarios, so I'm a no vote overall. Thanks.
Thank you, Director. Director Nicholson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No one on this board knows for certain what the right amount of money is to spend on services for the disability community. There's no amount of study that can tell you what the right percentage of overall spending should be. It's fundamentally a values question. I've thought more about AOD than any other agenda item this year. In that time, a few numbers have shaped my thinking on this issue. $50 million. That's the shortfall RTD is facing this year due to declining sales tax revenue. $5 million. That's the savings for 2026 being proposed in the agenda item tonight. 3,639. That's the head count of RTD, people whose payroll may face cuts next month when we discuss the budget. 127%. That's how much AOD has grown year over year in 2025. If that growth continues, per numbers from CFO Mackey tonight, the program will cost over $30 million in 2029, and that's even with the changes that we're talking about tonight. This board has considered multiple options. In our packet, 2 of them have about the same $15 million cost. Scenario 3 has a $4.50 fare. The recommended action has multi-stop and district-wide availability. Most audience members still just want us to vote no. The legislators asked us to just vote no. Let's be clear about one thing. We do not have a cost estimate for a multi-stop program with a $4.50 fare. Any board member could have asked staff for those numbers after the OSS committee meeting. All of us had 2 weeks to do so. None of us did. It is fundamentally irresponsible for us to pick an option tonight that's not in our packet and play Calvin ball with our budget. It would make a joke out of us being good fiduciaries. We have incredibly hard conversations coming next month as part of the budget. My fellow directors and I have a straightforward choice. Where does the disability community fit in the balance of all of our other responsibilities? After July, our operations chair worked extremely hard to craft a fare package with staff. The disability community asked for multi-stop. It includes that now. They asked for district-wide coverage. It includes that now. It does not include a cut to $4.50, despite that being a major priority for Chair Harwick personally, who negotiated this. I know not including that was quite painful for him. One of the people I've known longest in Colorado is a rabbi with an autistic son. He regularly hosted me for Shabbat when I first moved here. I learned this month his son relies on Access on Demand. The fear of that conversation after this meeting gave me real pause, and it still does. The fundamental choice is whether we want to trust our people and the compromise that they drafted, or throw caution to the wind and write the policy as a group right here in the meeting. I said at my first meeting that our decisions hurt people. That's why we have a policy-making process so that we can make the best decisions we can despite the emotional challenge of doing so. Let's follow our process. I am a no on this irresponsible amendment.
Director Ruscio?
Thank you, sir, for recognizing that I have arrived. I apologize. I was in class, somewhat ironically, a public policy administration class on public finance. I just wanted to say that I very much appreciate my colleague, Director Geisinger's opening statement and her comments in asking us to go back to the 450, because that was the 450 that was on the table for over 18 months before a few weeks ago we decided we would raise it to 650. And for everyone's edification, in just the spirit of transparency, I apologize, I didn't realize my video wasn't on. That 450 number was on the table. In fact, the chair's proposal of 2 months ago was on the table with staff in a meeting that was recorded at Blake Street in March. So what Director Geisinger brings forth is reasonable. I appreciate it. But just as I had discomfort in March, I have discomfort tonight. I do not know if I will vote yes on this amendment, but I do appreciate my colleagues who are doing their best to stem the bleeding that is coming. Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Director. Thank you. Treasurer Banker.
Yes. Thank you, everybody, for coming tonight. It's been a long night. A couple of things. One is just to make everyone know, I think most of the folks here tonight know this, but some of the debate that's been going on, they've not mentioned the low income option 2, which I think folks need to at least know that if you are low income, the fare would be cut in half. So for those that don't have that information, at least you know that now. Here's the reason, at least part of this proposal is important for my district. There's a big change that's being made that no one has talked about tonight, which I'm sort of surprised. And that is we would be moving from who would be eligible for AOD from 3/4 of a mile from a fixed route bus route to the entire RTD district. For my district, that means Broomfield gets service, Erie gets service, and much of Longmont gets service, which we do not have right now because we don't have many fixed route bus service. So this expansion of the program to everybody, not just those living in a certain area, is very, very important for my district. So I'm not quite sure what is going to happen and how the votes are going to occur, but the expansion of the program to the entire RTD district is very important for the folks that I serve.
Thank you, Director. Director Chandler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree wholeheartedly with Director Banker, and that is one of the reasons why I do support this, is because in my district as well, I have limited service, and by having it expanded, it gives service that there was no service before. So colleagues, I just need to say this plainly. You know, RTD has not been innovative and flexible in how we serve our disability community, and I am disappointed. The people who rely on us most deserve better. We need a wholesale change in how we deliver paratransit service. For me, that change begins with access on demand. This program should be the standard because it does provide dignity and flexibility and real access for those who are truly transit dependent. And I will support this amendment tonight, but only for the clear understanding that I will continue to push for a complete assessment of our paratransit services. And what is before us is not better, it's limiting. And we can do better. We must do better. And I'm committed to making sure we do. I ask each of you as board members to join me. Let's hold ourselves and RTD accountable and deliver the service our community truly deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I'm going to go to Director Harwick, since he was the chair of OSS, to kind of explain what changed and what's being proposed and what these modifications are in regards to what you negotiated as board members. So,
So I mean, we've been here for 18 months. We've been listening to the disability community. We've been talking amongst ourselves and trying to find a sustainable way to move this forward. And we heard that the community wanted multi-stops. We figured out a way to bring multi-stops to the community. We heard that they wanted an expanded service area. We were able to bring that into the process. There will be the 2-hour window where we will not be able to run service because the way vehicles need to be able to receive maintenance, but this will still be operating roughly 22 hours a day. And so that, while there is that limit, for a little bit of a limit for some people, for the most part, we will still be able to provide almost 24/7 service. And then we've also lowered the time frame on which people can apply. So we really did try to listen to the community and hear what they had to say. I have other things to say, which I will go to after this, or can I just bleed into it? I can separate them.
We technically right now are debating the
That's fine.
amendment.
Yeah,
so-
so that's fine. That's what I thought. I'll just,
Okay.
so, but really, we really have tried to listen to the community and meet them where they're at. And I understand that people want other things. I understand that there's a split of people that want this to go on for free. And I get that. I do. And then there are people that want the study, and I will talk about that next, in my next time. But thank you, and I think that covers it.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Director Catlin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Directors Banker and Chandler expressed what I wanted to say, and that is, and I heard a number of people tonight say that they lived in the mountain communities or in my district. And I really support this expanded coverage across the district, because there's nothing in my district. There are no routes that currently qualify under the Access-a-Ride program. So I very much support that. And as I understand it, the amendment as proposed by Director Geisinger is really to keep intact the proposal as Director Harwick described it, with all of those features, and it just would merely reduce the fare to $4.50 and would reduce the live part to the $2.25. So I just wanted to say that I think that there are a lot of features in this proposal that were negotiated, thanks to Director Harwick, that I think are very positive. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Catlin. Director Rusha? You're on mute, Director.
Thank you, sir. I have a question for our parliamentarian, and sometimes that is Director Guzman, sometimes it's Mr. Kroll, and sometimes it's Ms. Snyder, and sometimes it's me, and sadly we don't have Doug. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I would like to make a motion to lay this over, and I just want to confirm, excuse me. I cannot do so until we have gotten through this amendment. Can you confirm that, Mr. Chair?
That is correct.
Thank you. And just since you're the chair and you're running the show, would you prefer I hold my comment until I make my motion, or just get it out of the way since it also pertains to the motion on the table?
You're happy to make your comment.
Thank you, sir. So I would like to I will make a motion later when appropriate to lay this over until after we have had our October and November, so I would say after our November finance and planning meetings, because that is when we will have an appropriate, more holistic picture of our budget. As it's been noted, we didn't do an impact study, which is per FTA guidelines. And I noted we unfortunately didn't follow our own board policy regarding our advisory committees, including the CAC. But really, we haven't done a full budget analysis, and getting rapid fire last minute budget memos before a meeting on a topic that's going to impact thousands on a particular service when we're not considering other aspects of our budget or other services, I just feel is a little too cart before the horse if you're playing transit bingo. So that would be my case, to hold this over until we have a full, proper budget picture of what we're really looking at, and we're not speaking in hyperbole. Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I am allowed to make my motion later, I will not repeat myself.
Thank you, Director. Director Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Director Rusha. We can't be irresponsible with our budget. This is millions of dollars, and I didn't run for this office to make stuff up on the fly, especially when it comes to being a fiduciary. So I actually just have one question for GMCO Johnson and really for CFO Mackey. If we pass this amendment and then pass the recommended action, how much more money will that cost?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Deborah Johnson, General Manager, Chief Executive Officer. Secretary Nicholson, thank you for your question. I'm going to yield the floor momentarily to Aaron Vallejos, who has been working diligently on this initiative for several months. But first and foremost, going back to what was said, initially we did have 450 on the table and had brought those numbers forward. And so I believe that we can address that, recognizing the modifications that were made during the July meeting cycle as we move forward. One thing that I did want to impart relative to the other comments that have ensued, the subsequent board action that is in the packet this evening has to do with contract amendments and extensions, and I'd be remiss if I did not state the contracts that we currently have sunset December 31st of 2025. And the reason why I broach that is recognizing whatever happens, we're trying to leverage a contract extension moving forward for the continuity of the program. Absent that, we won't have an opportunity to be diligent and put forward scope of work for potential future contracts for the program, whatever this board deems that to be moving forward. So I wanted to share this at this time, because I think it's germane to the discussions and for all those that have taken time out of their evening to advocate for the continuity of the Access on Demand program, which we have clearly heard over the course of 18 months that have altered people's lives and provided them with freedom and flexibility to live independently. So with that, I'll yield the floor to Ms. Vallejos. Thank you.
Ms. Vallejos.
Good evening, everyone. Erin Vallejos, Acting Deputy Assistant General Manager of Bus Operations. So while I would not be comfortable giving this number down to the dollar, we have run quite a few scenarios, so I do feel that I can give a pretty good estimate of what this would mean for the program. So we'd be looking about going for just the trip subsidy portion. That would go from about 15.2 to about 17.4. So we would be looking at approximately an additional $3.2 million into next year. And then when I do look, again, that is trip subsidy specifically. And then when I do look at where we were at with the projected wave costs, we were at about 14.8. And again, I would not be comfortable getting down to the specific dollar, but I do think these are close for your consideration this evening. And with that, I am looking, we're going to say, yeah, because it doesn't have some of the impacts on the trips per month that we're impacting quite as much. We do anticipate the wave costs to be pretty similar. So we are looking at about an additional 3.2 million in trip subsidy. I will also add that while I do anticipate that the not to exceed amount that we've put forth for the contract extensions into next year, I do think that would be sufficient. There is the possibility with these changes that we may have to come back and ask for an additional increase to that. Right now, I do think that will probably be sufficient, but I do just want to caveat that as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vallejos. Yes.
Just as a quick follow-on question to that, the thing that's concerning to me is, when you think about the changes to multi-stop, for this. When you go down from 650 to a 450 fare, a 650 fare, when you have the multi-stop limitations, has a very different implication for the cost of the program, which is why it increases what am I trying to say? Essentially, how does the addition of multi-stop change the analysis of the numbers that you have put together? Because I understand how you could look at it different, how it might be easier to analyze without multi-stop. How does that affect your projections here? Thank you.
Appropriate staff?
Yes, Erin Vallejos, Acting General I forgot my title. Acting Deputy Assistant General Manager of Bus Operations. Sorry, it's been a long night. Where we are seeing what we anticipate our impacts of the multi-stop is that trips are going to become longer, and therefore we anticipate the average trip cost that a customer would be taking to start to creep up. And so that's where the multi-stop really comes into play with our analysis, as we think customers are going to begin to get higher, closer to that trip subsidy that we're proposing. And so that's really, I think, the biggest impact that we've seen with the multi-stop in our calculations.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to go to a vote in regards to the amendment. And as again, the amendment was introduced by Director Geisinger, that would lower the base fare to $4.50. And then that was seconded by Director Catlin, and it would lower the live to 2.25. Those would be the only changes that would be happening based on what came out of OSS earlier this month. Okay? I'm going to take chair's privilege. Prior to us taking the vote, I saw the 650 come out. We were at 450, as Director Ruscia pointed out, in July. We had the votes, we had the support for this, and it is a very, very difficult decision. And I've heard from multiple individuals today and tonight about paying something into it. But if we can find some way, to reduce that ultimately and try to make this as accessible for people as possible. And at the same time, I'm worried and I fear if we don't make modifications to this program, what the future of the program will be, and if it financially, runs wild or not. But I think this is a fair compromise. I think that this is us trying to balance out a very, very difficult decision. And that's what I'll say with my chair's privilege. I'm going to the vote for the amendment. Treasurer Banker?
Yes.
Director Busick?
No.
Director Catlin?
Yes.
Director Chandler?
Yes.
Director Geisinger?
Yes.
Director Kuchenritter?
Yes.
Director Guzman?
Yes.
Director Harwick?
Yes.
Director Larson?
No.
Director Nicholson?
No.
Director O'Keefe?
Yes.
Director Pagliari?
No.
Director Ruscia?
No, but only as a protest vote. Thank you, sir.
Director Whitmore?
Yes.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I'm a yes. I have 10. The amendment will pass 10 to 15, or 10 to 5, excuse me. Okay, we're now back to the original motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? Director Guzman?
So December 3rd, 2024, former board chair Eric Davidson said, and I quote, "I'd also just like to note and thank the public for their faith and trust in the agency." That was with respect to the passing of 7A. I'm going to repeat here what I said last time. I advocated to my constituents, elected officials, and to the greater Denver community that if voters passed 7A, we were going to keep our commitment that we would not increase fares. And that's exactly what we're doing. I can't break that faith or that trust because I worked hard to earn it for RTD in conjunction with several other directors,
Right.
some who are no longer with us.
No, so I do this, come back to me.
So I'm going to be a no vote on this. and I'm going to stand with community who have spoken clearly.
Good job. Good
I
job.
also respect, Director Rusha, you're unmuted. Thank you. I also respect and honor that Chair Harwick did great work in trying to get this through the committee. And I thank the committee members for their receiving this back as my motion to commit sent this back to the committee for one more chance to bring something forward that we could work with tonight. I would point out simple math. Currently, if I were to go jump on the bus without my board pass, I would pay $2.75. At a 650% increase, that would make my trip $17.88 with no change back. If I were to use the capping that we use, the $88 a month for the monthly fare, at a regular rate, that would be 5 bus trips in one direction unlinked. Now let's do the math for the A line. $10, $6.50, $65 a pop. That is 1.3 trips on the A line from Denver Union Station to Denver International Airport. Not even 2 full trips and I'd be at that maximum. So I don't see the logic here. And I have to admit, I am lost in these numbers and I respect the great amount of work that staff has done to bring this to us, but I cannot support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Director. Any further comments, Director Busick and then Director Harwick?
Great, thanks. And I agree with Director Guzman. You know, it's not 650, it's 450, but it's still an incredible fare increase. And again, I'll be a no vote. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Harwick and then Director Rusha.
I have a couple, I have 2 questions, and then I just kind of have a little bit of a rant. Is it possible to have the fare increase go into effect when the program modifications go into effect?
Director Harwick, I apologize if I'm not understanding, but I think everything was to go in effect January 1st. So program modifications and the fare would all be in effect at the same time based on the recommended action before you. If anyone else is reading this differently, but I thought everything would go into
Oh, I
effect.
thought
January.
I was under the impression that you had to go with the new RFP, you would have to, like, the changes wouldn't go into effect until after that was done.
So if I may, Mr. Chair?
Of course.
Yes, for further clarification, as indicated previously, we would be doing a modification. With that being said, we would be putting out a scope of work for open fair competition, which would give us greater ability to morph various aspects of the program as we go forward, potentially having options, getting back to the conversations that have ensued relative to being innovative and creative. And Director Chandler and I have had these conversations, so I'm sort of calling her out without calling her out from the vantage point that it gives us that greater flexibility from the outset as we move forward to ascertain who in the marketplace could provide services that would meet the needs as stipulated by the program mods. Thank you.
Okay, so now I have another question for you, Aaron. So on page 17, it looks like pretty much all of the major increases in this, all across all 6 scenarios is somewhere between $12 and $15 million a year, all tied to the utilization of the wheelchair accessible vehicles tied back to the Access on Demand program. And then I'm looking at page 18, shows that roughly right now we're doing 116 AOD wave trips per day. So when I do that math, the estimated subsidy, and I even increased this to 150 trips a day, that brings a wave vehicle subsidy to about $270 per trip. And I don't understand how that's possible. So if you,
I'll have order. Thank you.
if you could just, hey, come on, Claudia.
We'll have order. Thank you.
If you have some ability? Like, if you could just.
Director Harwick, thank you.
Yes, I'd be happy to get into more of the specifics offline, but with the wheelchair accessible vehicle component of this, while it seems counterintuitive, we do lose some of those cost efficiencies that actually occur when we do Access-a-Ride and there are shared trips. So a lot of things like that lead into those additional costs. And again, the vehicles are going further because we have the expanded boundaries. So that does lead to additional time that we are paying for those revenue hours under our paratransit service contracts, which is how the program was originally set up.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Oh,
I
yeah.
do. Now
Yep.
here's a little bit of my rant.
Sure.
Sorry, this is my last question. So then the $15 million that we expect to be utilized between 12 and 15 a year, we currently have a contract for $65 million with Transdev and MV. The 12 to $15 million, is that already accounted for in the $65 million, or is that in addition to the $65 million that we're already paying them?
Yes, so in the beginning, before we have the new contracts in place, some of that will probably be absorbed by the paratransit contracts. But again, as we are continuing to not necessarily see a decline in our Access-a-Ride trips, we're not necessarily anticipating to see a tremendous decline in the paratransit costs as well. But as we have talked about wanting some of that additional flexibility, we are going to be pulling out a separate budget so that we can look at bidding this a little bit differently. Bidding might be the wrong word when we do our request for information, solicitation, excuse me. We are looking at additional opportunities for flexibility. Doesn't necessarily mean that some of these forecasts will necessarily change, but we are looking at ways that we can provide that service differently. So in addition to some of the cost impacts we've discussed, we're hoping to minimize some of those elements that we've also discussed with degrading our service for our Access-a-Ride customers.
Thank you. You just took away my rant because you're doing what I was going to ask for. But I do have one last thing, and then I'm done. Let's see here. Beyond this, I wrote this out. So beyond this, I believe that whatever we decide here tonight, we need to look at two different things moving forward. One, we need to look at our data, and we really need to better understand the full scope of Access-a-Ride and AOD. And I think so. I'm starting to put together some questions that I think would be good to be sort of give us a better view into what's going on with those, and sort of help us all make decisions, and specifically help OSS sort of look at this more holistically. And I also fully support looking at a study, but I think we should look at a study that's not just AOD and AAR, but also looking at FlexRide and our partnership programs that provide on-demand services, because I think they all provide kind of semi-complementary services, and it would be good to see what's working in some areas, what's not working in other ones, and sort of be able to look at them all together and figure out, are there cost efficiencies? Are there ways that we can do this better? We can spend our money in different ways? And so, as we move forward, my plan is to work with staff to do both of these, to look at our data from a new perspective, and then also look at a study as well. So again, I can't thank you all enough for coming and speaking to us. I know that this has been a long process, a long, scary process for you all. And I know that we hold your lives in our hands. And so I appreciate you coming to fight and to share your truth with us.
Thank you, Director Harwick. Director Rusha, and then Director Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question on the rules you set prior in terms of our time, if that's okay. I do have I have a question for staff regarding procurement, but I also have just closing final comments. May I ask the question and then do my comments at the end? I didn't understand your directions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I was, when we got the memo that said that the costs for on-demand, the wave costs were $14 or $15 million. And we'd also heard in live meetings that we were taking some of our accessoride fleet off the road to meet on-demand needs so that we were ADA compliant. I did not understand at the time, and I still don't understand now, how we could have done that without the board being notified, because wouldn't that have required some sort of change order? This is not an accusation of our GM CEO. I just don't understand the process and the dollar amounts of those changes, and those contract terms amendments were not shared with the board or put in the packet. So if anyone could answer how we were legally able to do that and what happened behind the scenes, I'd feel a little bit better before we move forward tonight. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director Rusha, thank you for the question. Please be clear, everyone, as a collective, that staff did not do anything nefarious relative to usurping the terms and conditions of a contract, recognizing that we have two paratransit programs, as we have talked about, for a period of time, one being the ADA mandated paratransit program, and the Access on Demand, the supplemental premium. As we move forward, recognizing that the AOD program, by which the TNCs and the taxi cab companies did not have adequate supplement of WAVES, wheelchair accessible vehicles, in order to complete rides without creating any disparate treatment. We leverage our accessoride vehicles or cutaways to complete said trips. That was not deviating from a contract. RTD owns the accessoride vehicles, the cutaways. Those are RTD vehicles that contractors utilize. In some instances, we do have paratransit services that are provided by non-determined or non-destined ADA providers, i.e. taxi cabs utilizing taxi cabs that do have WAVE vehicles accessible as well. So I just want to be clear that it wasn't a contract modification. These are RTD-owned cutaways that are used for services. Ms. Vallejos, do you want to add, or if I've misstated something, please feel free to correct my statements. Thank you.
GM CEO Johnson, I don't think you misstated anything, but I do think an important thing to note, Director Rusha, is that we are still obligated to fall within our contractual not to exceed amounts that are approved by the board, and that doesn't change. So if for some reason we were anticipating to spend more than the contract amounts that were approved by the board, I believe, I don't know the exact month, but it would have been prior to starting service July 1st, 2023 with these service contracts, we would have to come back to the board for that approval if that not to exceed was going to change.
Thank you. Director Rusha?
Yeah, very quickly. Thank you so much, staff, for that. I am still a bit confused because the board, and this was an OSS, and I remember voting against it because of large amount and not being able to see the contract terms. It was early in 2023, February or March. It's in the board documents. The board authorized, both in that vote and the board vote and in the budget, accessoride services. We never authorized pulling away from accessoride to meet an on-demand demand. And I'm sure had we been asked to help problem solve the ADA issue, we would have come to the table, but that was not the board authorization. Hence, the agency they didn't have the right. So unless there was some other vote I'm not aware of, that's not what we voted on. And I remember because I was very impassioned in my no vote because of the amount and the contractors that were selected and omitted. Thank you, sir. I have no other questions. I did feel that was worth getting out for the record.
Thank you, Director Rusha. Okay. Secretary Nicholson.
Thanks. So when we were in committee on this, I made a motion to amend this measure to reduce the live fare. And I made that motion because I had a long conversation with Brian Grew, who's sitting in the middle of the thing right there, who runs Atlantis Community. Atlantis, for those who don't know, is a facility that was founded by Wade Blank, who we just renamed the station for. And it serves individuals with disabilities who are low income. So we're talking people who make $1,000 a month on SSDI. People who, as he pointed out to me, sometimes only have $150, $200 in discretionary income in a month for groceries and everything else. And in the proposal that we're talking about right now, which we amended to make it cheaper for people, for everybody, we are still asking that guy who has $200 a month to spend 120 of it on fares for AOD. If we can justify to ourselves making making changes to make the fare a little bit more affordable for people like us who sit around the table who, make regular amounts of money, I think we have a moral obligation, a very fundamental one, to ask ourselves what we're going to do for the guys making $15,000, $20,000, $25,000, the people who can't earn a living and don't have, for whom $2.25 is a lot of money, is a ton of money. So I'm going to make a very simple amendment. We should not be balancing our books on the backs of the very poor. The live fare should be zero. So I'd like to amend the motion to reduce the live fare to nothing. So it'll be $4.50 and zero. If we're serious about our commitment to equity, if we're serious about our commitment to taking care of people with disabilities who have and face genuine financial challenges, which we heard about from, 15, 20 people in the audience, then we should take seriously our commitment to take care of people who do not have money the way that we do. So that's my motion.
I second.
Okay, Nicholson is the motion. And then Pagliari is the second.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
for interrupting. I
Director
just
Ruscia.
your attention. I wanted to, if you'll permit it, I wanted to ask the movant if he would consider a friendly amendment, so I don't make a second one. And again, I apologize, I can't get your attention from the screen. Having an issue.
It depends on what the friendly amendment is, but I'm open to it.
And if tech could, maybe someone could help. My camera is on. I'm just, you can't see me unless IT allows you. So thank you so much for bringing those points forward. Something that I'd proposed to our general manager as well as OSS Chair Harwick months ago, and I believe I spoke with I think I spoke with you, and I spoke with Director Chandler as well, is just the idea that for a lot of programs like this, where you qualify for a service on a needs base, we'll use more than one criteria. So right now, the criteria we use just to qualify for LIVE would be is 250% of FPL. And so one thing that I've been floating around the board the last couple of months is also expanding that to if you receive another service on the basis of disability. And unfortunately, that was not heard in committee, and staff did not get us those numbers in time for us to consider. So I was wondering, if I understand your motion, if the LIVE is just to be zero and the 450 is to be 450, to help close that gap for the folks who are on the poverty line, but just above the 250% because they're getting an additional service from the government, say housing or wraparound employment services or the like, or they just make minimum wage in Denver. Could we say $4 for the main fare and zero for the LIVE? And that doesn't quite cover all of the gap, but that would, to your point, mitigate some of the damage. And I won't, that's why I'm asking purely if you consider it as a friendly amendment. You brought it forth.
Yeah, I'd rather not modify that portion of the amendment. I just want to focus on the live fare portion of it and not the regular fare. I have very real, very specific concerns about how we treat the very poor in this country, in this state, in this city. We step over them a lot. We ignore them. We don't think about them, and we don't really comprehend what it feels like. I've had friends who were just out of poverty, and if we're not willing to reckon with what that actually is like and how it's very, very different than making $60,000 or $70,000 a year, even $50,000, I think we're making a really grave and meaningful mistake.
Director
May I-
Busick.
Oh, sorry.
And I'll come back to you, Director Risha. Director
Thank
Busick.
Thanks very much. So I will continue to be a no vote on this, but I certainly hope that Director Nicholson recognizes the hypocrisy of his amendment. He just chastised moments ago Director Geisinger for being irresponsible by making an amendment on the fly without any financial data or backup. And you've just done the same thing. That's all I have.
Thank you, Director. Director Guzman, Director Geisinger.
I just think that any changes to the LIV program should be a whole different issue and not part of this discussion tonight.
Okay. Okay. Any further comments or discussions? Call the question regarding the amendment. Okay. Oh, well, I think we're just gonna, let's not call the question. We're gonna vote on the amendment. Nicholson as the mover, Pagliari as a second. Director Banker,
No.
Director Busick,
No.
Director Catlin,
No.
Director Chandler,
No.
Director Geisinger,
No.
Director Guchenritter,
No.
Director Guzman,
No.
Director Harwick,
No.
Director Larson,
No.
Director Nicholson,
Yes.
Director O'Keefe,
No.
Director Pagliari,
No.
Director Rusha,
Regretfully, no.
Director Whitmore.
No.
I'm a yes, but it fails 3-12. Okay. No, there's 3 yes votes. Pagliari. Me, Pagliari, and Nicholson.
Director Pagliari seconded the motion, but then did not support
But did
it.
not, excuse me. It was 2-13. Pardon me. My bad. Okay, back up to the main motion.
Can we
Any
please
further
call the
discussion?
question?
Call the question. Okay, the vote to call the question. Director Banker,
Yes.
Director Busick,
Yes.
Director,
Wait.
this is the call the question.
Yes.
Director Catlin,
Yes.
Director Chandler,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
Yes.
Director Guchenritter,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
Yes.
Director Harwick.
Yep.
Director Larson,
Yes.
Director Nicholson,
Yes.
Director O'Keefe,
Yes.
Director Pagliari,
Yes.
Director Rusha.
You're muted.
You're muted.
No,
What is
and
it?
I'm disappointed that I fell for your trick.
Okay. Director Whitmore.
Yes.
I'm also a yes. That'll pass 14-1 to call the question. We're going to be voting on, as amended, the Access on Demand program modifications. That is what we're about ready to vote on. As amended as of tonight. And again, the main amendment was from Director Geisinger and Director Catlin, 450, lowering to 450, lowering LIV program to 225. Director Banker,
Yes.
Director Busick,
No.
Director Catlin,
Yes.
Director Chandler,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
Yes.
Director Guchenritter,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
No.
Director Harwick,
Yes.
Director Larson,
Yes.
Director Nicholson,
No.
Director O'Keefe,
No.
Director Pagliari,
Yes.
Director Rusha.
Just to clarify, we're voting on the main motion as amended, sir.
That is correct, Director.
Well, then I dissent. No.
Okay. Director Whitmore.
Yes.
Okay. I'm a yes. It'll pass 10-5. Okay. Okay, we are at our, we have gone past our mark on it. I'll have order. Thank you. So moving on, we are at our past our 4-hour mark as it is. We would have to take a vote to extend. I'd recommend we'd be done at 11.
So I would take a motion, so you'll ask for a motion to adjourn the meeting at 11?
Mm-hmm.
Is there, I
I
think you'll
make
need a
that motion.
second.
A second, or do I make that a motion?
I'll make the motion. You second.
I second that.
Thank you.
And then is there anyone opposed to that? Sorry.
To extend to 11 p.m. We have a bunch we have to get through, so. Okay, we'll take. Okay, we'll give it a minute. Say again, sorry. Let's get folks cleared out and then we'll get it all organized.
Directors, I think can we
Yeah.
get some clarity on the end
Yeah,
before we break?
Yeah, directors, we do have to vote on.
I think I would just ask if anyone was.
Are there any no votes?
Yes.
Yes, I'm a no vote.
We're voting on to extend the meeting. Okay, I'll take a roll call to extend the meeting. Director Banker. 11 p.m., no later than 11. Banker? Busick? Go on.
He's away.
Director Catlin?
We can't hear.
Director Chandler?
I guess, yes.
Director Geisinger?
Yes.
Director Guchenritter?
Yes.
Director Guzman?
If we can be efficient, yes.
Director Harwick?
Yeah.
Director Larson?
Yes.
Director Nicholson?
No.
Director O'Keefe?
Yes.
Director Pagliari?
Yes.
Director Risha?
No, there's nothing
Director Whitmore?
here
Yes.
tonight.
Okay, we are gonna extend to 11. That passes 13-2. You want to take a 10-minute break?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be back at 9:56. It's probably good. Yes.
Well, yeah, it's good work. Well, I want to. I'll just go upstairs. I was going to check them. No. Okay. I said, I can live that.
Is that code for like, I can make it up? So you're.
That works still. So you're gonna do something?
Yeah, mine didn't work today.
Yeah. They try and help us.
See ya, let's go.
I remember it happening.
I wasn't even in France. And I didn't tap either. We're all tapped out. Yeah. This guy. Yeah, yep. Yeah, he's feisty? Feisty, yeah. Yeah, this is, what's what? Oh, it's back. What sandwich did you get? It's starting to turn green, so I'm not sure if he won, I want to.
All right, folks, this is a 3-minute warning.
Hey,
All right, folks, we're gonna go and take our seats. We're gonna bring the meeting back to order.
I had to separate myself from some.
Okay, we are moving on to our next action item. Pardon me. And that is going to be the Access on Demand contract extensions. And this is for the Board of Directors to authorize the General Manager and CEO or her designee to enter into a 6-month contract extension amendments with existing providers for the AOD program effective January 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2026, raising the not to exceed NTE amount from 37.8 million to 47.2 million. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
I got Nicholson as the mover. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Chandler.
Chandler or Russia or Wittenberg.
I got Nicholson as the mover and then Chandler's the second. Is there any discussion on this item?
Yes.
I see
I do.
Director Arusha's hand up first and then Director Nicholson. Director Arusha?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, IT, for turning my camera back on. So I just wanted to make, I guess, a comment and a bit of a question, again, a point of confusion. Years ago, when we launched AOD, and in all of the discussions since when contract renewals came up, staff repeatedly, and this is just part of public record, it's in the packets, staff repeatedly said they would go out and seek contracts with other types of providers that were not traditional TNCs, transportation network companies. particularly NEMTs, which are non-emergency medical transportation providers. Simply put, there are contractors in the community, in the state, that could be providing AOD service. And I'm just wondering if anyone in staff ever followed through. That was part of our original AOD plan. Did we do an RFQ, an RFP, or an RFI? And if so, what happened? And if not, why not? Thank you, sir.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director Rusha, thank you for the question. Recognizing that we have been discussing access on demand for the past 18 months, the whole intent was for us to do just that, go out with a request for information so we could ascertain what the market looked like relative to having service providers. Keeping in mind that the previous discussion item, when I put forward comments about understanding our scope of work and putting forward options, that's exactly what we anticipate doing. We could not do that previously because we were waiting on direction from this body relative to the program modification, so we have a better understanding the type of information that we were seeking. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Director Rusha?
So just so I understand, the motion before us is only to extend the contracts to the providers who, as we've noted several times tonight, do not provide ADA accessible service. That's what is before. It's not any broader than that. It's not what we would refer to as a scummery. Is that what we're voting on?
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Once again, for everyone's edification, the intent behind these contract modifications is to extend the current contracts which we have for access on demand with the 4 service providers, i.e. Uber, Lyft, Metro Taxi, and Z-Trip. We are not modifying any aspects of the contract aside from seeking authorization from this body in which we would need additional monies to cover the extended period of time, which would be 6 months, enabling us to put together a scope of work so we could basically have an active solicitation trying to ascertain whether or not there's fair and open competition, adequate service providers to continue on with the program as this board just voted upon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Director Rusha, does that satisfy your questions?
It does. I just have a final comment before we vote, if that's okay.
Sounds good. I'll come back to you.
No.
Director Nicholson?
GMCO Johnson. So I'm a little confused because on the bottom of the page under background, it says program modifications approved by the board will be incorporated into these amendments if this recommended action is adopted. Does that mean that the fare changes which we just put into place will go into effect with these amendments basically January 1st of next year?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, they would. For January 1st, we will be seeking to do the modifications, but as we go forward, we're trying to put forward, in the meantime, a scope of work whereby we could leverage a solicitation that would give us greater bandwidth and the ability to incorporate various options so we can leverage innovative aspects of a service delivery model for access on demand.
Secretary?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion to continue the existing current zero fare for individuals who are on the LIVE program, or zero fare for individuals who are on the LIVE program for the term of these contracts. And here's the reason why, very simply. If you are making, $200 a month in disposable income, if you have very little money to live on, being told with 3 months' notice that you are going to have half of your disposable income being used to pay for AOD is excessive. It's not something you can effectively plan for. And that's basically what we're saying to the people in the Atlantis community. We're going to take you from spending, if you're using 60 rides, $0 to $120 a month with 3 months notice. Now, we give you more than that, then sure, maybe people can adapt, figure it out, find a friend to drive them around. But I don't know how I can go to these people in my district, look them in the eye and say, yeah, sorry, you're stranded. We can't help you. You are not going to be able to afford to get around because we only gave you 3 months' notice before we ate up half of your disposable income. And if you don't believe me that that's the reality, sit down with Brian Crew, sit down with the people at Atlantis, and ask them what they will go through when this program goes into effect. And then tell me that you think it's reasonable to give them 3 months' notice for that to happen. I think it's a small change. I do not think it is a meaningful amount of money. I can be corrected by
Mr. Chair,
staff if
point
we're
of
talking
order,
about it.
sir. I'm sorry, but this is not germane to the motion on the table, and thus it is out of order. And I am sorry, Secretary Nicholson. I hear you. And also, we do have rules.
I would ask the parliamentarian if that's correct. I think it is germane since it's about the contract.
Yeah, it's certainly germane, but you've introduced a motion. There hasn't been a second yet, so
Yeah.
let's make sure we get a second.
Is there a
before-
second to Secretary Nicholson's motion? Okay, that motion will fail. All right, Director Risha.
Thank you. So I'm going to be a no vote tonight, and not just because I'm frustrated about earlier, but just for two reasons. Staff had 5 years to come back to the board and ask us for permission to negotiate with a myriad of other vendors in the community who could provide wheelchair accessible service, and they failed to do so. So I'm not comfortable voting to extend this tonight for the other reason, which is that if you look at the contracts we're extending, they're subject to Cora. Happy to give you my copies. They very explicitly state that the vendors are not expected to comply with the ADA, and RTD will figure it out. And I don't think that's within our values. So I'm a no vote tonight for those reasons. And I just wanted to offer clarity because typically these types of procurements go through without any other comment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Director Risha. Any other discussion on the motion or the action item, excuse me? Okay, it was indicated there will be a no vote, so I'll take a roll call vote. Director Banker,
Yes.
Director Busick,
Yes.
Director Catlin,
Yes.
Director Chandler,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
Yep.
Director Guchenritter,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
Yes.
Director Harwick,
Yep.
Director Larson,
Yes.
Director Nicholson,
Yeah.
Director O'Keefe, absent, Director Pagliari,
Yes.
Director Rusha,
Absolutely not.
and Director Whitmore.
Yes.
That will pass. I am also a yes, so that will pass 13 yes, 1 no, 1 absent. Okay. Apologies. We're going to move on to our next discussion, or we're going to move on to discussion items. And this is going to be the finishing fast tracks report. I'd like to ask our General Manager and CEO, Ms. Deborah A. Johnson, to introduce this item.
Yes, thank you very kindly, Mr. Chair. This evening, we're joined by Bill Soroy, who is our Senior Manager of Transit-Oriented Development, and he is here to present the Finishing Fast Tracks report. As you're aware, this report is being required by virtue of statute in reference to discerning what might it take for us to complete the promise relative to the Fast Tracks program that was approved by voters in 2004. More to the point, we have leveraged a public participation process, disseminated information, and relative to what's being presented here tonight is a draft. We will be seeking comments from members of the board to help further inform the report. And that process will be open until November 14th. To have public comment received, and then modifications will be made whereby we can submit the report to the legislature as deemed by December 1st, but it's our intent to submit that prior to the Thanksgiving holiday, recognizing the dates in the calendar. So with that, Mr. Soroy, I will yield the floor to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, GM CEO Johnson. I will try to go through this presentation quickly, given the late hour, and I know there's other stuff on the agenda. So just real quick, some of the report highlights that's at a very high level. We've seen some substantial increases in costs with the program, with the costs that we just updated as part of this report. We have some challenges on the fiscal capacity, both on the debt side and just our ability to kind of pay for the capital improvements associated with the program in a reasonable time frame. And the current external revenue sources really do not fill the gap. So kind of the punchline is we do need new funding and partnerships in terms of moving forward with this program, and especially if we are to consider complete it by the 2034 deadline, which was identified in the legislation. So we'll be going through various background costs, fiscal analysis, as well as key takeaways as part of this presentation. So with the background, I think we all know that Fast Tracks was passed in 2004. We've completed a significant portion, but there is the 4 corridors that you see on the screen that do remain. This comes from the legislative requirement, which GMC CEO Johnson just referred to, but specifically SB 24230 outlined the requirement for this report in 2024 and asked RTD to prioritize Northwest Rail and North Metro. It asked also for us to show how the program could be completed by 2034. And then it was subsequently revised with the SB 161 to add additional requirements to look at additional fiscal requirements in terms of the use of COPS, and then also to require us to do a public outreach process as part of the report. So in terms of how we developed the report, we used the 2019 report that was unfinished corridors report. It was done for the board as our basis. We updated those costs that were included in that report, and then including revenue projections based on our current fiscal situation. And then also we're able to communicate and coordinate with local jurisdiction staff to see what new infrastructure and development projects have happened in those corridors, which may impact potential implementation. The one thing that we did not do, though, is we did not update any of the design that was already kind of been at that 15 to 30% level. So again, that is something that we would have to move forward with as we move these projects forward. Since 2004, obviously, we've seen some key challenges to the program. Probably one of the biggest ones is the Great Recession in 2008, which we saw a significant increase in costs, more than expected, and it was projected as part of the program. And we also saw a significant decrease in the sales and use tax growth rate, which we had projected also in 2004. And one thing to note just on these is that we do have references to page numbers. And so if there's more specific details you want, those are referenced in those pages in the report. So looking at the costs in terms of the updating of the costs for the 4 corridors, for the 3, not other than the Northwest Rail peak service, the North Metro, Southwest, and Central corridors, those corridors increased pretty significantly from the 2015 costs that we had last had in terms of doing a detailed cost estimate. So those increased anywhere from 70 to 90% during that 10-year time frame. Also, we do have fairly, again, operating costs in the order of about $23 million a year. And then ridership, again, is people might look at that as being lower, but again, that does reflect our kind of current modeling for how our future ridership will go on light rail and commuter rail based on kind of real data and kind of our approved FTA modeling criteria. So in looking at the fiscal capacity, again, we have a limited ability to use reserve funds. Those have been accounted for in terms of the 5-year fiscal plan, in terms of drawing those down to pay for things like debt and then other requirements in terms of capital and operating costs. We do have a very limited ability to use debt under Tabor. We have a little under $3 million left in capacity. With regards to COPS, again, there's a very limited opportunity to use COPS as a funding mechanism given our current financial situation. And we have a great deal of asset renewal needs that we have to account for in our kind of future fiscal capacity in terms of looking at this, building out these corridors in the next 10 years. If we're looking at kind of other sources beyond kind of the traditional ones, the debt capacity. We do have the FISA, which in the projected 5-year fiscal plan, it is about 145 million. Then we have a series of other state opportunities, the SB 260, which was actually should be 21,260 and not 23. There's approximately $30 million there left in that pot of money that is basically doled out by the Denver Regional Council of Governments, and that will be available in the 2030 to 2032 timeframe. On the SB 230 side, there's approximately $90 million a year projected beginning next year. We have the focus that we have with the building out the Fast Tracks program is on the rail side, which 20% of that 90 million is allocated to rail statewide. The other 80%, 70 of which is allocated to local operating funds statewide, and then there's a 10% allocation to a competitive grant program that hasn't been determined yet in terms of the criteria for that program. And then SB 184, that has an initial estimate of 58 million that is going to grow over time. And then there is no mechanism for distribution of those funds currently, and we're monitoring that. So those are the kind of on the state side. On the federal side, we have a series of traditional programs that we have monitored and we look at. The Capital Investment Grant Program is probably the main program that FTA has in terms of funding capital improvement projects. RTD has taken advantage of this program in the past. The CRISI program, that is a program related to railroad safety improvements. It requires a partnership with a railroad, an operating railroad. And so in this case, there was a CRISI grant that was obtained by the state with the BNSF for about 66 million that goes all the way between Denver and Fort Collins earlier last year. And then lastly, the BUILD program, which is a program that has been in place for a little over a decade, and it's changed the names quite a few times. But that is a program that's has about an average doling out of about $15 million for most projects. I think there's a maximum of 25 or 30 million. So again, those are some opportunities on the federal side. The thing to note about this is that they're under the reauthorization, the criteria for these things could change, and we have been monitoring that, but there is a little bit level of uncertainty with regards to these programs. So the punchline here is that we have a fairly significant gap in terms of our ability to fund the remaining corridors with the FISA balance, and assuming an allocation of those state funds that I went over. We have about a $1.2 billion gap. So really to complete the corridors, we do need revenue sources beyond what we currently know. And we also need additional resources and sustainable funding sources for our operating and our maintenance and our asset renewal costs. Those are something that we have not accounted for in our current analysis. So the key takeaways that we can take from the report, again, we've completed a significant portion of Fast Tracks. There are insufficient funds to complete the program, and even with additional funding, we do have a gap. But the thing with this is this is a point in time, and there will be additional design for all projects needed, and cost estimates will need to be updated with design. But I think that the main point here is, again, we need partnerships to move these projects forward. It is going to take more than RTD to kind of get them going because there is additional funding that's required if we are to complete these in the near term. So I think those are some of the things. So the next steps in this process, just to end up, like I said, like the General Manager and CEO Johnson said, the report is online and available for public review through the middle of November. We do have some meetings scheduled. We have a Sub-Regional Service Council meeting scheduled for this week. We also have a meeting with the Douglas County Transportation Forum this week. We do have a Transportation Legislative Review Committee later on in October. And then we do expect to come back to the board and have a forum focused on this report at the next board meeting in October. And like our General Manager said, we do expect to have the report kind of buttoned up before Thanksgiving to submit to the legislature, to the legislature. So with that, I will end the presentation and open it up for any questions.
Thank you very, pardon me. Thank you very much, Mr. Soroy. Director Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Soroy, for your presentation. The 2019 corridors report was specific to the corridors, and I remember back then objecting to the fact that the whole Fast Tracks plan in its entirety was not included. So I thank you for including that. And the thing that I had emphasized was the Fast Connects increased bus service. That's on packet page 67. And then excuse me a second, I'm losing my, and then some of the table with scenario assumptions I want to come back to. But the thing that I wanted to call attention to was this Fast Connects map. And this shows the extensive proposed bus service that in the Fast Tracks plan. And I know that this is my last opportunity to comment on this. This is packet page 132. And you can see quite a bit of coverage from that. And none of this has really materialized. In fact, a lot of it has gone away, particularly in areas such as mine. And I would kind of like to understand what the implications of those reductions have been to the Fast Tracks plan, because that was missing. Everybody focuses on the corridors, but it was much more than that back in 2004. So I would ask that consideration be given to that particular component. And I just really appreciated that it was made reference to, but with back to the scenarios, with regard to that Fast Connects component, there's only one of the scenarios that that really has any funding at all. And it says funds to base for the base system funding for Fast Tracks projects. So it's absent in terms of what it would cost to reinstitute some of those things. But I do applaud you for accelerating this on the time that the legislature requested. I know it's a lot of work, but I really appreciate that you gave consideration to that other component that was missing last time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Director Busick.
Thanks, and thanks, Mr. Soroy, for the report, and thanks for having your face on the television news the last couple of days. You know, I don't know what the talking heads, I don't know if they're just obtuse, or if they're not, then they're deliberately, I don't know, they're just not bright, but they make it sound like we simply don't want to finish this, right? They said RTD is reporting $1.6 billion to finish Fast Tracks. Yeah, and what's your point? I mean, it's Director Banker, I'm sure when you were on the board, you guys weren't just sitting around on a stack of cash and not spending it because you didn't feel like it. We were trying to build transit and rail and everything all at once. And you did to a great degree. 75% of it is complete. So yeah, it's unfortunate that, you know, you do your best. You have no money to finish, and somehow that's your fault. I don't get it. Anyway, thanks for the report. Thanks for doing this. The Eagle P3 stuff came about because, well, it was a P3. My guess is we're not getting any unsolicited proposals on this because our ridership numbers are pretty dismal on a lot of these, you know, the feasibility study for the Northwest Rail kind of says not feasible because of those numbers. And until you figure out a way to do that, I know when they're talking about, you know, Front Range Passenger Rail and all that partnership, that they somehow think that magically from Longmont to Fort Collins, you're going to triple your ridership numbers. I don't know how that works, but maybe it does. Yeah, could be. So, I think we need to just keep, plugging away the best we can and looking for opportunities to, pick away at this stuff. My guess is a lot of it's going to take more capital than we have or will have in the very near future. But anyway, thanks for the report and keep it up.
Director Banker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This is one of my favorite topics. So I'll try not to keep it too long here. But first of all, thank you for the report. And I'm assuming you saved us $100,000 because not too long ago, we appropriated $100,000 to contract this out. So did we save that money because we did it internally?
Chair, if I may. No, we did contract out a consultant to help us out with the cost estimates, which were done in a fair amount of detail.
Okay, I was hoping we saved some money. Okay, so a couple of things here. First of all, let's talk about ridership numbers. So since a comment was just made that the ridership numbers look really bad, let me explain why. First of all, even DRCOG is going to be redoing their numbers this fall because they did admit they're rather low. But it's mostly because of there are only 3 round trips planned for Northwest Rail. And you can only put about perhaps maybe 3 rail cars on each trip. And so you can do the math. So if you do the math, you can't do much more than 1,100 riders because you don't have enough frequency. And so I think if frequency were expanded, you would definitely see a lot more riders. And I should also add, when I was meeting with the city of Broomfield not too long ago, they asked me if I believe the DRCOG ridership models. And I said, no, I sort of know some of the politics behind it and why US 36 got all the riders and Northwest Rail didn't. And they said, good, because when we looked at the model, they said Broomfield only had 6 riders a day using the rail line. And they said, that's not true. So the numbers need to be annotated. So let's talk then about a couple of things. 70 million is the annual amount set aside or determined by Legislative Council staff for the rental fee, not 58 million. Now, 58 million is probably going to be the first year, but after that, the numbers start to go up. So it'd be nice to have that reflected in the report. Let's see. Another question is, you probably know I've been working on some of these numbers since January, and I've got so many spreadsheets. And if anybody wants to see some of my spreadsheets, just let me know. Because actually, I did bring a new one to the meeting today. But what I would like to be able to see is if you were to take these revenue streams and bond it or do COPs, I'm pretty sure CDOT and the state would be open to that. And it would be nice if we could actually talk about other revenue scenarios. That might be something you want to think about. Senate Bill 161. The other thing that it says is that Northwest Rail is supposed to be operating by January 1st, 2029. And they then went ahead and changed the wording from shall be operating by January 1st, 2029. In Senate Bill 161, they changed shall to must. And so it would be nice to at least say something about that in the report, whether or not it's going to happen or not. There are some implications if we don't have it open by then. So I think it would be nice to actually put that in the report. The other thing that I would like to find out would be how we're going about community input. There's no doubt there's going to be some of us out there that are going to hopefully not provide 3 hours of community input for 2 meetings. Maybe we'll try to keep it more succinct. But there are a lot of mayors, state legislators, citizens, RTD riders that are very interested in making sure that this happens. So I want to make sure that their voice is heard and that they're going to have enough time to come in and give us their thoughts on how important this rail line is and that we finish fast tracks. And I think you also know that the state legislature, when they passed 184, 230, 161, the legislature was very interested in what we were doing, and they kept mandating these things over and over. And one of the biggest things that they wanted us to do in this report was to demonstrate how the district will fulfill the district's commitment in the transportation expansion plan adopted by the board and approved by the voters in 2004. My biggest issue, I think, with this particular report, as I read through it a couple of times, is that I was looking for a variety of solutions, ideas, creativity. How can we make this happen? There are so many different revenue sources out there that we should be knocking on their door. The federal government, the state government, even some local governments. Like I said, one scenario that I've been working on now for a couple of months is, taking these new revenue streams that we're getting and bonding it. Now, do we need some additional legislation from the state? Probably. I also have been told there's a good chance that they're going to be running a cleanup bill next year. So now would be a good time to actually reach out to some of those state legislators that are very, very interested in making sure at least these two rail lines get done. Because I also think you probably know that in Senate Bill 230, that 20% set aside has been talked about as being the monies to finish the end line. And there was a lot of politicking going on, but I believe it was pretty darn clear that they were planning that they were going to give RTD that revenue source so that, again, we could bond it and finish those two stations in Adams County. So the other two, I'm just,
Treasurer, if I could, we got about 30 minutes left of this meeting. And so if I could keep
okay,
it
just really
reduced.
quick then.
Thank you.
So there are other two pieces that I would love to get more information from, and that would be Highlands Ranch and 5 Points. I would hope that we'd be able to reach out to the community and get their thoughts and ideas on what they see, what they envision. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Director O'Keefe, First Vice Chair O'Keefe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So just a few comments. First, this is one instance where I know I will miss Director Catlin going forward because there is someone else who's worked for an engineering construction industry and kind of understands the concept of design and construction. We have a lot of people at RTD do, but on the board, the actual engineering construction union is pretty small. So a few things about this report, just commentary, and then I actually have a request too. So it's really important for everyone to understand this is not what it would cost at all. It's not. This is a point in time reconciliation of previous numbers carried forward to, I don't know what day they picked. They picked a day and time, right? And so there are a load of assumptions that are in that have been carried forward since Fast Tracks was passed. And I would say probably was pitched with too much content and not enough money, to put it lightly. And so that hasn't changed, right? That's to Director Busick's point, like you want to pick on something, that's what you pick on. It's not that we're sitting on a pile of cash that we don't want to finish this. It's that there wasn't enough money to finish it in the first place. And that's just fact. It's just the inflation caught us, a whole bunch of other things. So there's a few things to kind of keep in mind about this. If we can work this into the text, I think it'd be really useful because this will be used and misused by a bunch of people. There is zero design, right, on any of the uncompleted stations or routes. Is that correct? Do we have any design completed?
Well, the design that's completed is anywhere from 15 to 30%.
Okay, at 30%, I would not firm fixed price it. I think that's safe. The design is immature at that point. That is a conceptual design. At best, station goes here, it hooks up to this line. It doesn't say how much steel you need, how much concrete you need, how much fill you need, how much all that. That gets filled in the detail of design down the road. There are, there's also, I think, and this is something that I'd ask that we reconcile, there are some things in the original cost that can't be inflated, like payments to freight rail. That was just a price that has been carried forward largely untouched, right? And so to the extent it was accurate before, you don't inflate it. It's whatever the railroad charges you when you build the railroad, when we build on top of their property. So we won't know that price, and that is something I think we really need to asterisk in there, is there are a lot of non-direct costs to construction that are not captured in the materials escalation that the consultant did. That's just fact. I mean, they couldn't do it because they didn't go out and ask Burlington Northern what would it take to extend the Southwest Corridor. I do think that we have both a broken promise to previous directors, or previous voters. I know you're going to cut me off in a second, but oh, I can keep going. All right, I get a hard time. But the voters approved that a quarter century ago. And a lot of things have changed. And I will tell you, talking to constituents in Highlands Ranch and elected officials down there, I don't think that they are enthusiastic about $100 million a mile or more extension of the Southwest Corridor. So I think that's the other thing that's kind of in this report. It is wonderful that we've carried this forward and the consultants have done a good job. You have an impossible task, but that is missing in this is the world has changed. We've added 1 million people to the Denver metro area since Fast Tracks was passed. 1 million people that didn't vote on this that are paying taxes. So I think the fact that this relies on kind of taxpayer promises is true, and I take that very seriously, but it's also not entirely accurate. So I would like to see us asterisk the things in the cost tables that are not captured below, because there's an implication that the costs capture that. That's what it would cost to build it, and that's just not the case. And I know you know that, but reading the report, I could see how people might misinterpret.
Thank you, Director. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. I have two questions relating to the end line. Now, I will say this was a lot of work, and I agree with Director. I'm thinking Director Patrick in my head. Director O'Keefe, that these are very rough numbers in the sense that it's just really hard to know what this will actually look like unless you dig in and spend millions and millions and millions of dollars. When it comes to the end line, help me out with one thing. The end line was originally supposed to be running at 20-minute frequencies, is my understanding. And it's not right now. It's running at 30-minute frequencies. Does this cost estimate include not just completing the line, but getting it to 20-minute frequencies? That's my first question. Then I have a second question on top of that.
Chair, if I may, no, it does not include the cost to go to 20-minute frequencies. There would be significant infrastructure costs associated with improvements to the DUS area around DUS to make that happen.
Got it. And so my second question on that, and this is just, again, for, I was not on the board at that point. I had just moved to Denver, but the thing came out in 2020, right? Like that's when we launched it. Why did the agency, the board, whoever did it, take delivery of that in 2020 if it was only running at 30 minutes and we'd paid for 20? Like, why is the line the way that it is? Even, I don't understand why we accepted, and I know GMCO Johnson wasn't here at the time, at the point you got hired about a month later, but, why was that allowed to happen?
Ms.
That
Johnson.
we got to that point?
Yes, thank you very much, Secretary Nicholson. Thank you, Chair. It is my understanding, recognizing that while I was hired, I hadn't started my position as of yet as the General Manager and Chief Executive Officer. But from my understanding, upon coming to the agency and engaging with a myriad of elected officials and those on the board, there was a desire to get the project open and recognizing that it was decided as well from a cost-benefit analysis vantage point that it would be a lot more prudent for RTD to operate the line directly, and more to the point, as you talk about 30-minute headways, 20-minute headways, and things of the like, you have to keep in mind that a vast majority of the railroad is single-tracked. And so as you talk about 20-minute headways, to the point Mr. Soroy was raising, that would be difficult relative to the current infrastructure that we have, what we refer to as the throat of Denver Union Station. Getting trains in and out of Denver Union Station would be difficult. Hence, that is why we're here now relative to the 30-minute headways.
Got it. One last question. The thing mentions a limited COP capacity in terms of being able to borrow to fund the cost of building all of this. How limited is that? Can I guess that would be whoever speak to like how limited is our COP capacity?
Point of clarification, I think basically what we were talking about, the limitations, we are talking about what we have under Tabor relative to bonding as well, which is at $2.7 million. And then basically to the point about the COPS relative to where we sit, I will defer to CFO Mackey.
So I was going to do the same.
Ms. Mackey.
Kelly Mackey, Chief Financial Officer. Yeah, so we do have the 2.7 million limit for issuing COPS per Tabor. But other than that, we do have additional capacity for other projects not related to this.
So,
Yes, Secretary.
I guess I'm confused because I know we're going to be talking about in the 5-year financial forecast, $539 million in COPS. So I'm wondering, like, is there another 539 million on top of that? Like, is there how much? What is our borrowing capacity in COPS? Because it's obviously more than 2.7 million, and it's probably not 5 billion. So I was hoping maybe you can help me understand, like, where is that at?
Ms. Johnson?
Yeah, I'm slightly confused by the question that he posed because I'm sorry, I meant to say Secretary Nicholson, I apologize. So in relation to, you mentioned $500 million, are you talking about the 5-year financial forecast in which there's been quite a few questions relative to 539 million as we look at outlying years for forecasts in reference to asset needs?
So, yeah, I mean, my fundamental question is, what is the borrowing capacity of the agency using COPs? You said we have limited borrowing capacity using COPs. That presumes to me that there's been some kind of quantification of what our borrowing capacity would be using COPs.
Thank you for the clarification. I will yield to CFO Mackey, but I think what's important to note when we're talking about that 539 in the 5-year financial forecast, we're talking about fleet accruals versus large investments in the billions of dollars to bring forward major infrastructure projects. So that's something that's very different on the face of it as we move forward. But with that, I'll yield the floor to the CFO.
Yes, thank you. Kelly Mackey, Chief Financial Officer. So correct, the 539 million for COPS issuance related to the 5-year financial forecast is separate. It's a different issue than the Fast Tracks report, which is related to Tabor and bonding capacity of 2.7 million additional remaining. So the 539, we definitely have additional capacity for buses.
Secretary? Briefly.
I guess I just can't get my head around it. Like, are we allowed to borrow for buses, but we're not allowed to borrow for finishing the end line is basically what you're saying?
Correct. Is my understanding correct?
Okay. Director Geisinger.
Thank you very much. I'll be quick here. The Sub-Regional Service Council meeting's tomorrow, and I'd be interested to tune in if you could get a link to our board office and tell me the time. Or no, maybe it's Thursday.
It is Thursday.
Yeah.
And we can provide that link to board members.
Do you know the time?
I believe I'm looking to my staff person over there to, I think it's at 1. Here, I will be able to get it to you if you.
Okay,
if you-
no, that's fine. Just, yeah, if you can send it to the board office, that'd be great. And then, with respect to using our peak period study, I think Director Busick said it well, that, when that came to us, it was pretty clear that 654 million or whatever the number is, it wasn't really feasible. And I think and this may be more a question for Ms. Johnson because she's so involved with it. But at this point, everybody's kind of moved on. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen with joint service. And I know you're in a bit of a bind because we don't have real numbers yet, but we do have, there are things we know and things that, Lisa Kaufman and others have brought to us. And it seems like we're doing, it's kind of old news if we ignore that. And maybe you could tell us, Ms. Johnson, what the schedule is, do we expect to know more before December? Or is there a way to look at that and recognize that if it's going to happen, that's the way it's going to happen? Because it seems like it's kind of a big omission to me.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Geisinger, for your question. So before I address it directly, there's a couple of caveats. Keeping in mind that the Northwest Rail, as we know it to be, would come to fruition only by virtue of us working with BNSF, that is the owner of the right-of-way. And keeping in mind that I and others that you just named have come before this body explaining that BNSF would prefer to work with one entity representing the different public entities within the state of Colorado. And to the fact that the Northwest Rail, as described in legislation or in the referendum in 2004, we're talking about 55 trains a day. As we know, that could never come to fruition relative to where we sit currently. So with that as a backdrop, moving forward, just earlier today, I was engaged in a session with representatives from the state of Colorado, Front Range Passenger Rail, as well as with the Burlington North Santa Fe Railroad as we talk about a use agreement. And so at the risk of not divulging information that is privy to us working in tandem with acquiring a use agreement, we are endeavoring to do the best that we can. There are some sticking points, and December would be optimistic relative to where we sit, just by virtue of tomorrow being October 1st. And quite naturally, we have to understand what that use agreement would entail, what our maintenance costs, operating costs, but more importantly, even before you get to O&M, there's projects that need to be done to accommodate passenger rail service on an existing freight line that's moving cargo. And while there is the desire, and it was in statute, to have trains operating by 2029, I think on the face of it, as we talk about what it is that we do know, and having been in this business for 3 decades, we could try, but in some instances, we'll be cutting off our noses to spite our faces by virtue of saying we want something and value engineering something down that wouldn't be practical in reference to service delivery. So that was a long-winded answer, but I felt that I needed to provide that information.
That's good, and I totally get all of those things, that there's a lot we don't know, and that 2029 and, all of that. But it seems to me like that's what's happening, and we shouldn't be ignoring it in this, that we should be talking about joint service because, the $650 million, I think the board kind of looked at and said, yeah, that's not going to happen.
Mr. Chair, if I can just say something. So keeping in mind that staff started working on this a couple of months ago, we just formed the Joint Service Executive Oversight Committee.
I understand the timing is
Right. And so it is our intent to incorporate information in, because want to ensure that we're being prudent and responsible relative to what we're actually putting in a document that's forward-facing, considering where we are with the process with our colleagues across the state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Harwick.
Really quick. So we'll use the L line as an example. If the community were to opt for a different type of technology, that's not light rail, finishing that, is that allowed, or do we have to do light rail in this instance? Again, but like Highlands Ranch is a good example. Like if they want something different, what does that look like, and is that doable?
If I may, Chair. Yes, we can look at different technology, and we actually did that with, originally, the Gold Line was originally light rail, and that was changed to commuter rail. So there is an ability to change the technology.
Director Pagliari.
Thank you. I'll try to keep this quick, and I might follow up my comment with some written comment to the board, so I can keep it short. Thank you for this. Thank you, Director Catlin, for bringing up the sheet of paper that you showed us that had the network. I think that's really important. I think that the people who designed Fast Tracks were a little bit wiser than we are today, because I think they knew that in order for Fast Tracks to be successful, it had to be a network. You can't have rail without having amazing bus connected to it. You can't have amazing bus without backbone as well. And so, in short, I feel like this document shows that the agency has missed the point and the intent of the legislator. I believe the legislator wanted us to find, they're forcing us to finish this project because they want us to make a transit system that's better, and they want us to finish out building more of the network that Fast Tracks wanted. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and just assume that the people who have made us do this really want us to be successful, and they really want us to see a system where it's not just the bare minimum, it's really a successful network. And I think I think that maybe people miss on this, especially in politics, the directive that the people gave us with the Fast Tracks vote. I don't think the people were really cared too much about exactly where the train ran. I think that what they were expecting was a world-class transit system that had frequency that they could build their lives around, that would enable them to have the freedom of movement and the freedom of choice to choose how they move around our city, and put Denver on the best leg forward as Denver goes into becoming a world-class city, which we are today. And they knew there would be 1 million more people. And so I think that, to summarize this because it's late, I am excited about this, and I think that we should take this, and I think we should figure out how can we make Fast Tracks better, knowing what we do as transit professionals, to make this a more successful project in the future. And one thing I'd like to consider is how much will this cost in 22 years? Because I believe Fast Tracks was about 22 years ago. Because 22 years from now, it'll be exponentially more expensive and even more impossible to do it. So we should probably do it today. And then, yeah, I think that I'm just excited. Thank you for producing a number, at least, even if it's not the actual cost. But yeah, I'll end then. I'll follow up with more coherent. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Director. Director Nicholson, briefly.
Thank you. This is a question for GC Snyder. As I understand it, we are currently using base system money to pay for some of the cost of Fast Tracks. We do not have enough money from the Fast Tracks revenue to pay for all of the cost of Fast Tracks. Are we legally required to do any of this, or could we say tomorrow, we're done, we're just not doing any of this, and use the money that we have to pay for the system we've currently built?
Ms. Snyder.
I think I'd like to preserve the privilege, Director Nicholson, and not provide a legal opinion about that. I do think that the conversation I'm hearing is that the agency is looking to try to meet the Fast Tracks promise and be able to have hard numbers to do that. But I'd like to respond on the legal question separately to preserve the privilege.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna keep moving. Just as a heads up, directors, there's no way we're getting done with this in 8 minutes. So,
Mr. Chair,
yeah,
can I please move that we have items 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, and 17 be submitted in writing to be appended to the minutes of this meeting? That way we don't have to go through the verbal exercise of that, as well as commit agenda item 20 to be committed to the Finance and Planning Committee agenda on 10/14/25 as a discussion item pursuant to our normal board process to limit the length of this meeting. That way we have time to get through our unanimous consent and recommended actions.
is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any disagreement? So push. And then item 20, can you remind us?
Item 20 listed on our agenda to be committed to finance and planning, which is the discussion about window covering prohibition and system advertising policy amendment, as that should have gone through committee before it came here to have a discussion and then a recommendation before it came to the board. I'm not sure why it didn't do that and it jumped the process, but it would make sense at this point in time in the late hour of this meeting to commit that to one of our standing committees. I'm offering
Understood.
finance and planning for time.
Any no votes on any of those changes? Director Pagliari?
I would offer a friendly amendment to take it to the OSS committee instead, since this is more related to customer experience.
Second.
A friendly amendment would be an issue. The only problem is that the chair of OSS is no longer in the room, and I would hate to do that without looking at their work plan. I believe that it could be handled in finance and planning.
Vice Chair.
How about move it to the appropriate committee later on? How about that? Okay. Sounds good. We're not going to debate this right now. So, any no's on this? Okay, so we are now on to our unanimous consent items. There are 3 items on the unanimous consent agenda. These are listed under our section 18 as action A through C. Those items are for the successor strategic plan. Oh, excuse me, sorry.
That, I did skip the minutes on purpose. We should put those in the record now. We don't need to wait on that one.
Okay,
Short order.
sounds good. Approval of the board minutes for dates of minutes of July 29th, September 8th, September 9th, September 10th, September 25th of 2025. Move to approve. Second. Any disagreement? Okay, no, that will pass 15-0. We're going to skip the, excuse me, I am so sorry. It passes 13-0 because Director Harwick and Director Rusch are gone. Thank you. Sorry, just trying to get us through as quickly as possible. Chair's report and then GM report, we can send that via writing. Unanimous consent, back on track. So the 3 items listed, are there any, excuse me, is there a motion to move these? Yeah, Treasurer Banker.
I would like to remove item A from the unanimous consent agenda.
Okay. Any other changes? Okay. A mover on it, I'm sorry. Oh, it's unanimous consent, sorry. Yep.
Yeah, we need a motion for the remaining ones, and I'll make that motion.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, any no votes on any of that? Okay. Okay, moving on now to recommended actions. First recommended action would be the successor strategic plan.
Yes.
Yes. Do we have a motion? Okay, move to approve, second. Busick, Larson, a second. Discussion, Treasurer Banker.
Yes, I'm going to be a no vote on this. There's no doubt we need to have a new strategic plan. In fact, it's required by state legislation. The issue that I have is we're contracting out again. We say that we're broke. We have to be careful how we spend our money. And I feel that our staff are the ones that should be writing the strategic plan. And it's quite possible for them to do it. You know, I've got the last one that was done. It's only a few pages. And so rather than go to contract and get somebody from outside the firm to produce this report, I think it should be done internally.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Secretary and then Director Guzman.
Yep. So I understand the value of hiring a contractor. I'm going to be a no vote as well for a related reason, and that is that I think, you know, the more we go out for this kind of thing, the more we lose control over what it is that we are actually doing, and the harder it is for the board to have direct influence over the type of work product that we get. And so I really want to caution us to, this is probably the most important thing, one of the most important things we're going to do is craft the strategic plan in terms of setting what this is going to look like going forward. And it would be so easy for us to basically hand this off to consultants and then have it come back to us and say, okay, that's good. And then, basically let it be written by other people. And so I really understand where Director Banker is coming from. And I just think we need to be extremely, not skeptical, but keep an incredibly close eye on, if this passes, the consultants that
Thank
we
you, sir.
to do this.
Director Guzman.
Just for the record, I don't think anybody said we're broke. I think what we have discussed is that we need to be fiduciaries and responsible for the spending of our money. And sometimes that looks like going to outside sources to be able to get additional work done that would overburden our staff who have jobs to do already and may not have the capacity to take on the additional burden. So I will be a yes vote on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, taking the roll, taking the vote. Director Banker,
No.
Director Busick. Yes. Director Catlin,
Yes.
Director Chandler,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
Yes.
Director Guchenritter, Director Guzman,
Yes.
Director Larson,
Yes.
Director Nicholson,
No.
Director O'Keefe,
Yes.
Director Pagliari,
No.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
That will pass with, I'm a yes. I got 10 yeses, 3 nos, 2 absent. Okay, moving on. Okay, I'm trying my best. We're moving on now to the 2026-2030 5-year financial forecast, or the FIFE. Do you have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move to lay this over to the Finance and Planning meeting on, I think it's October 14th. Can I talk about why?
Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Second.
Second, okay. I got Guchenritter. Okay, discussion on moving it to Finance and Planning.
Yeah. So I think all of you got the letter that the 5 of us wrote to address some of the questions that we have. I think staff did a phenomenal job putting this together. I think there's a ton of information in there. And CFO Mackey has been really helpful in answering a lot of questions. I'm not a finance guy. I'm not as smart as Director Banker is, sorry, Treasurer Banker is when it comes to reading a budget. This does not come naturally to me. And this is incredibly important because there are tons of policy assumptions baked into this 5-year financial forecast that we are essentially giving the green light for. We're not approving any COPs. We're not, approving any funds, but we're saying, yeah, this is the direction we want you to go in. And I just think that, especially for those of us who are maybe, this is our first time doing a budget, this, maybe haven't dealt with it as much, it's worth taking a breather. It's worth asking the additional questions. It's worth going through all the things. We may get to the same place a month from now at the board meeting and approve exactly what's in there, but I will feel much, much better and sleep much, much better at night if we are able to address it in the F&P meeting, address it at the budget committee study session that we have set up, and then approve it after that. So that's what I'd ask.
Thank you, sir. Director Guzman.
I would just like to point out, we've had discussion and a recommended action on this from the Finance and Planning Committee members. In July, 8 were present. In September, 9 were present. 2 additional directors were in each of those meetings. One was Director Rusha and Chair Bouquet. At the second one, it was you, Director Nicholson, and Chair Bouquet. The other names on this list, with the exception of Vice Chair Banker, were not attending those meetings and we're not part of that discussion or that conversation. So those are open to everybody, and I encourage participation, and the conversations were real and the homework was done. And earlier, I believe it was you that pointed out we should trust our fellow directors to do their work and bring recommendations to this committee. Now, I understand that you have reservations. I've also read your letter and you got quite the response from staff regarding each of these items. We can certainly go back and look at it, but this is not an apportionment and this is not dedication of funds. This is a planning tool used to inform the budgeting process, which I do believe has also come up from you and other directors to have a study session on prior to making any decisions and votes. So while we are working on a time-limited manner to get to the end of the year and land these planes, as much as I appreciate that you might need a little bit of hand-holding as a new director, and that's perfectly okay. I did too when I joined this board. We can take the time to do this, but we do have time commitments we need to meet. And that's also a fiduciary responsibility of the members of this board. And so I think that if we do this and you lay it over and this vote passes, that's perfectly acceptable, but I would remember that we need to work expeditiously to complete the responsibilities we have set forth this year. And this should not be a surprise at this point because it was on the work plan, and it was on the work plan since February when the committee approved it and brought it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Treasurer Banker, quickly.
Yes, thank you. As Vice Chair of Finance, I did vote no on this. There are so many unanswered questions here. To suddenly go from no bonding or COPs to $536 million worth over the next couple of years with a very small half-page description of what those projects are, with no discussion on financing, with no discussion on reserves. I have issues with the super conservative revenue forecast that's out there. There are so many issues that if we adopt this now, I believe we're going to be tying our hands and we're going to be hearing from staff over the next couple of months. But you guys approved this. All we're doing is we're going with what you approved. There are so many issues in there that I would please urge a no vote, and we can talk about it at the budget meeting that's coming up on the 22nd.
So we currently are at trying to move this back to FNP. That's what we're about ready to vote on. So let's vote. Director Banker.
No.
Wait, what's the
Sorry.
question?
So the question would be to recommit the 5 to FNP.
And do we need to do that to do the study session?
Is that a motion?
Yeah, there's,
Yeah, I made the motion. Yeah, to move it back to FMP.
Oh.
And then the study sessions after that, so we. would-
Okay, so that's a
Mhm.
yes. Thank you.
okay, so you're switching to a yes. Okay. Music,
No.
Catlin,
Yes.
Chandler,
Yes.
Geisinger,
Yes.
Guchenritter,
Yes.
Guzman,
I need to abstain as chair of that committee, sorry.
Larson,
No.
Nicholson,
Yes,
O'Keefe,
Yes.
Pagularry,
Yes.
Whitmore.
No.
I'm also a no, but it does look like it passes with 8 votes. Okay, so that'll be sent back to F&P. Moving on to our next action item. Longmont and Boulder Fixed Route Service Contract. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
very quickly.
Director O'Keefe.
Thank you. I asked a long time ago. So on this, I'm not going to vote no, but I did talk to GM CEO Johnson about this. The contract had one qualified bidder on it. I don't know if there were any bidders that were not qualified, bids thrown out. That's not great on a $100+ million contract. I think that we're also up against the wall on the expiration of this service. And so I think it would be even worse to not have authorized service on the route. Certainly don't have time to re-procure it. I would just ask that we work through options to, do better bidder outreach and potentially break up procurements in the future. Certainly the first time that we get only one bidder on a contract, they don't know that necessarily. The next time they very well might. So this one, I think we should keep an eye on going forward to make sure that service in the future is in a competitive contract environment.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Secretary, last comment on this?
Our service is better when it's done by in-house labor. I understand and agree with Director O'Keefe. There we go. I keep saying that we can't vote this down, but we need a plan to take advantage of what the legislature has given us the ability to do and transition more of our service to be in-house, run by RTD employees rather than contracted. Thank you.
Any no votes? Good. Director Banker?
No.
Director Busick?
Yes.
Director Catlin?
Yes.
Director Chandler,
No.
Director Gutschner.
What about me?
I'm so sorry, Director Geisinger,
Yes.
Director Gutschner,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
Yes.
Director Larson,
Yes.
Director Nicholson,
Yes.
Director O'Keefe,
Yes.
Director Pagliari,
No.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
I'm a yes, it passes 10. 3 no's, 2 absent. I'm so sorry, that's late. Okay, we've moved the discussion item to the appropriate committee regarding the window covering prohibition and system advertising policy amendment. Thank you for those. Report of director activities. Okay. Well, that gets us to other matters. I know it's been a late night, but I do want to really respect a colleague I've been working with now for 5 years, and that is Director Catlin. This is Director Catlin's last meeting as a director, but last board meeting as a director, about ready to say, but she will still be serving on our audit committee. I just want to say it's been a privilege serving with you, Director Catlin. I want to speak on behalf of the board of the knowledge that you brought to this agency, the knowledge that you brought to this board, your dedication, your time serving on the executive committee, all the work that you've been able to do for your constituents. And so I just want to give you a round of applause. Director Catlin.
Thank you. This happened rather suddenly, but I was able to meet the buyers of our house at a going away party that our neighbors threw for us. And the gentleman in the family works downtown. He works at 18th in California. He was a relocation from Kansas City. And we started talking, and he told me that in the interim, he's been renting a house in Highlands Ranch until moving into ours. And he said that he'd been taking the D-line regularly and that he just loves it. And he said, so I started researching, what I should do when I moved into the Valley of Ken Carroll Ranch. And lo and behold, I realized that the person I was buying my house from was the director of District 10. And anyway, so we talked a little bit about it, but I sold my house to a transit user and one that really appreciates it. So I just thought that was nice, and maybe he can encourage more of my neighbors to utilize the service. But that was kind of a fun anecdote I wanted to share with all of you.
That's amazing.
I also wanted to say it's been a privilege to work with all of you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Director Catlin. Director Whitmore.
So our loss is South Dakota's gain. I do want to say that your contributions to this board have been wonderful. To Patrick's comments, Director O'Keefe, sorry, amen to what you brought with your expertise. But your service is not just your 7.5 or 8 years, because I know you were appointed before you were elected with several of us. It goes back for several decades, serving the fine folks of the state of Colorado in many different venues, and including the state of Colorado and all you've done. So let tonight just be a small measurement of your accomplishments, because we know there are far, far more, and we will miss that contribution. So like I said, South Dakota's gain, boo-hoo for us.
Thank you, Director. Director Chandler.
I too just want to echo those, Peggy. It's been really fun getting to know you as a friend. You and I have had coffee and we've talked about all kinds of things, children, grandchildren. And so I appreciate not only the work you've brought, but also the friendship that you give as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Chandler. Ms. Johnson.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to express my sincere appreciation for you, Director Catlin. I can recall your leadership role in reference to the GMOC committee that now is currently the Performance Committee during the recruitment of the position in which I currently hold. More specifically, coming into the organization, working with you in tandem as we were looking at the audit committee and what we had to do collectively, leveraging an APTA peer review, then subsequently retaining a consultant by virtue of the recommendation and ensuring that that could come to fruition for the betterment of the organization. So on behalf of the men and women that comprise this agency, thank you for your dedicated service. I appreciate you standing in your truth, being a voice for the voiceless as it relates to ensuring that everybody could move to and fro within the greater district. Not that it always worked out in the manner in which we intended, but want to acknowledge your selfless acts in reference to serving the Regional Transportation District. And I wish you and Joel the best as you move to South Dakota. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Dr. Geisinger.
I'll make it super quick, but I can't resist. It's been a pleasure working with you. You've been a very calm and intelligent voice on so many issues. We worked so well together on so many committees and projects. So thanks, Peggy.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other matters at this time? Okay, motion to adjourn. All right, thank you all. We're adjourned 11:13.